Thank you for joining us on this Freestyle Friday in the Logistics Lounge.
Yo,
As
yo.
always, we got incredible guests lined up for y'all. We're going to talk about some transportation document storage and just see where the conversation takes us for the day and make it an incredible Freestyle Friday. We appreciate y'all joining us and enjoy the show. Hunter, what's up, brother?
What's up, man?
Man, nothing, broski. Just
How was your day? How was your day?
it was good, dude. It was good. I actually had a problem-free day. Fucking yeah, you know what I'm saying? No
Yes, sir.
problems. It was
For
awesome.
the first time in
Like
Rob's Lounge history, no
fucking no,
carrier problems.
I don't under just problems. Period, man. I know logistics is problems, but it's like for how it is, man. We try to be meticulous planners and line stuff up, and just gets aggravating when stuff just like falls apart after you spent so much time putting it together. So, but no, man, good day, dude. My wife actually was amazing and went out and shampooed my new car, dude. So yeah, I'm about to get to go out there and see how clean the inside of my new car is. So that's freaking awesome. What about you, my man? Like how was your day, brother?
So today was one of those sneaky days. I wake up, it's nice and warm and sunny outside, not too much going on. Everything was covered. And then about 12 o'clock rolls around and shit hit the fan. My blood pressure took a spike for just a minute of time, but had a nice little hectic 3 hours there. Got everything figured out, and everybody's satisfied at the end of the day. So now I'm here in the lounge with my boy Rob Pedro Potato, and we're about to hang out with the gang, man. It's the freaking weekend.
I know that's fucking right, dude. I'm glad to be chilling with my homies. Mother Mary sent me to tell you. Jesus. Hey, Sage, you lead us to the promised land, brother. Lead us to the promised land. I'm sorry, man. It's okay. I say it.
Sage is chilling in his penthouse suite with 15 computers behind him in his robe,
I,
having a good time.
I know. Look, bro, because he's commenting from X and from YouTube.
Dude, if anybody that we've had on here is an AI robot in testing, it is Sage.
It,
I don't know if he exists. But love the guy. But boycott Sage, hashtag boycott Sage.
yeah, hashtag boycott Sage. That's right.
Bro,
Oh, fucking shit. All right. Before we move on to our news, got a cool little news story for you, a little short one, but good stuff. We're going to give some love to our sponsor, Shoreline Capital. Broker, carrier, shipper, any kind of manufacturing. I mean, hell, maybe you're in the banking business and you just suck with your capital. You need a place to send those invoices to get your money quick. You ain't got to wait for those net 30, 45, 60, 90, 180 days. If you're waiting on 180 days to get paid, you should probably stop doing business with that person. But to say all that, it's a sure thing with Shoreline.
dude, we need
Dude,
to get Clint to trademark that.
Clint to what?
To trademark, it's a sure thing with Shoreline.
Oh, I know, dude. That's a fucking. It's such a logical, common sense, like in your face, fucking slogan, and I don't know why he didn't go with it because that is so good, Hunter. That is so good. Hold on, bro. I'm sorry, man. I'm still sharing pages and stuff, dude. Like, hey, honestly, that's one thing that I miss about Lane Runner's long video is because I had like 45 seconds to go and like hurry up and share everything to hold the platform. So, oh man, dude.
Yeah,
All
I
right,
guess medium-sized
for
dogs
30
didn't
seconds.
like us too much.
What's that?
I said, I guess medium-sized dogs didn't like us too much. That was the shortest sponsorship we've ever had.
That was a short spot. Oh, all right, dude. So, going to get into this news real quick. Like I said, short little segment. Pretty cool thing. I think it's pretty cool. Thing is actually quite funny. And okie dokie, artichokey. Did y'all see? Truck driver wins 10 $12 million against it was a company they work for because they didn't respond to the lawsuit. Alabama trucker was awarded $12 million in the lawsuit from injuries that he sustained on the job from an accident on March 1st, 2023. The suit is against Kim Pearson Custom Hauling and alleges that they were negligent, and that negligence led to the truck rolling over while the driver was hauling a load of poultry. From that accident, he accumulated $6 million in medical bills. And man, that sounds like a lot, but with the cost of things today, I bet that was maybe a 48-hour hospital stay. The driver won the lawsuit from what, as you see in the title, because the company Pearson simply didn't respond to the lawsuit. And so he won the judgment by default. I also want to point out that I think this is cool what the judge did. I kind of wish I would see other judges do this in other cases, but the judge placed a hold on Pearson from selling off their assets until the judgment is satisfied, which means that they can go file for bankruptcy or whatever, but they can't start selling off their trucks and buildings and all these things that are worth money to try to save themselves before they are make this guy whole. So I think that's a really, really awesome thing that judge did. I'll end with this stuff. Looked up this company. They're not very big at all. And the likelihood of this guy like ever seeing maybe more than a couple grand, maybe $100,000 of this money is highly, highly unlikely. So although it is a good win, it's a funny win. I'm not a law person, but I do know this, that you can lose any lawsuit simply by not responding and showing up. If you've ever been sued for a bad credit thing, they always sue you in a state really far away because they know you're not going to show up, and then they win by default. So pretty good thing. But again, I don't think they'll see it, but it is a good thing to happen for other drivers in the industry. And it puts out a precedent that says, hey, you companies, if you are negligent and you are some way at fault, even if the driver has an accident, that you're going to be held liable as well civilly, to help this driver out, recoup some of their loss or whatever it may be. So that's all I have. I just, that was a pretty cool little story, and figured everyone would enjoy seeing a trucker in a way win for once. I'm sure the guy's really, still messed up, but
Yeah.
in a way it is a win.
Absolutely. Well, you ready to get down to business there, Mr. Potato?
Bro, I've been up doing business since 5:30 this morning. What have you been doing?
Getting down to business. But ladies and gentlemen, thank you for tuning in as always. Today's guest is a new friend of the lounge through one of our other lounge lizards. Little does he know it, he is now walking into the space of the logistics lounge. Without further ado, Mr. Clay Jeremy. How bad did I butcher your last name?
That was pretty close. Geringer. Not too bad.
Geringer? Okay.
Geringer. I got so confused when I was in college. I had to call my parents and ask them how we say it. So my dad was like, "Son, you all right?" I was like, "Yeah." He said, "It's like a ringer." Geringer. I was like, "Got it."
Geringer.
So I never asked.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, that's awesome, man. Well, hey, thanks for being here, Clay. It's good to have you on, brother. How's your day been?
It's been pretty good. Just been busy, probably like y'all's, and just getting some stuff done on the big rig permit side of things. Just taking care of IFTA and FMCSA stuff for clients. So, but yeah, it's been a good day.
Yeah. Love it. And you're out there in North Carolina, right?
That's right. We're in a little town called Gastonia. It's about 25 minutes west of Charlotte. So
Okay.
it's where I was born and raised. Went to college, and then ended up moving back, and where I'm raising my family. So yeah,
Awesome. Awesome. Yeah, I'm right up the road here in Nashville, so next time I'm out that way, I'm gonna have to give you a shout. I like old Asheville. I know it's still a little bit from there and where you're
yeah,
at,
that's
but
not too far. That's actually where my mom's from. She's from on the other side of Asheville, so it's where
okay.
most of our relatives live up that way.
Sweet, sweet. Well, Clay,
Hey, before we go on, hey, I want to ask you, do you now understand the music choice?
A little bit.
You
It
know,
was
dude, you look at you, I'm telling you, bro. Like I told Hunter, I said, man, I was like, because you didn't answer about the music. I said, this guy looks like a punk alternative indie rocker listening dude, man. I was like, I don't know why. Like, I just get that vibe from him. And he's like, nah, bro, country and heavy metal.
yeah, country heavy metal. Like I mean, I listened to some of that stuff like back in the day, like I don't know,
Blink, Green
National
Day.
Confessional.
Blink
Yeah,
182,
little
some
bit of that.
41s.
Yeah.
I was more like Stone Temple Pilots,
Oh,
Oh
yeah.
Pearl
yeah.
Jam.
Yeah,
So,
some Alice in Chains type stuff.
yeah,
Yeah, the
one of my
90s
best
grunge is
friends,
where it's at.
one of my good friends, he was a lead singer in an alternative rock band, like late '90s, early 2000s, and then he also was a wrestler, like WWE type wrestler. So we would go, he'd entertain us while he wrestled, and then we'd go watch his shows, and he would rock it out. And, so he
That's a
always
hell
played
of a
that kind of
friend to
music.
have.
Yeah, my wife would always say we would, because his get up was like really small, like trunks and like the big lace up boots. So she was like, "Well, I
Yeah.
guess we're gonna go watch Zach in his man panties and hooker boots." And I was like, "Yeah." So it was a lot of fun. So yeah. Anyways,
Man
he's in the
panties, that's the first. Is he?
yeah, yeah, he
Oh,
is.
that
He on the shipping side for a big company here in Charlotte. He handles all their outbound loads. So
Dude, you've got to hook us up, Clay, with him. Like, we just want him on the show so we can talk about his man panties and hooker boots.
oh, he'll talk about it. He will. I can't give you a stage name because you'll look him up, but I'll let him do that when you have him on.
You seriously, man, you got to start a DM between the three of us some way. If he's on LinkedIn or
Okay.
X, like, we would love to have him on, bro. That would be so
All right.
fun, dude.
I'll get y'all hooked up with him.
Fuck yeah,
oh,
man.
yeah.
Hunter, ask your first question, man. Let's get him rolling.
Clay, who are you? How are you here? Well, how'd you get in logistics, brother? Tell us a little bit about yourself.
Yeah, so I'm one of those guys that went to college for something, studied it, and then didn't use it. I went for health fitness was my undergrad and got a master's degree in exercise and sports science. So went that route, graduated, realized that's not what I wanted to really do.
Oh, where'd you go to school at, real quick?
Undergrad was UNC Charlotte, and then I got my master's at East Carolina, the
I
Pirates.
was just making sure you weren't an Appalachian State guy.
No, both my parents went there though, so I was like,
went
nah,
to
I
Georgia
can't.
Southern.
Yeah, I hear you. But yeah, so went that route and definitely learned in college. Like I remember.
Did we lose him? Clay, you there, brother?
Let's all play along. We lost him. No.
All right, here, I'm gonna scramble. I'm just gonna put this on real quick. Let's get it figured out.
Do you have trouble staying organized? Do you have files and PIN numbers you need while on the road but no access to them? Do you know where all your information is to keep you running smoothly? The disorganization of truck drivers is very real. Truckerdocs app solves this problem. Truckerdocs allows truck drivers to save PINs, usernames, passwords, account numbers, policy numbers, copies of forms, and agreements. We know that drivers struggle to keep track of all these while on the road and at home. This creates a headache for filing taxes and renewals throughout the year. The app includes numerous features: push notifications for yearly and quarterly renewals, a driver files tab, tabs for highway use, mileage tax states, and a cloud-based storage library to save pictures, screenshots, and PDFs. allowing drivers to email or text logins, passwords, or forms from anywhere, anytime. Truckerdocs will continue to add new features and options as more phases are released. Truckerdocs was created by Clay Geringer, a 20-year transportation veteran and owner of Big Rig Permit Services. Truckerdocs aims to help drivers stay organized, save time, and relieve stress while on the road and at home. Clay is extremely excited to offer this tool at an affordable subscription of $2.99 per month with no ads. All your information at your fingertips. Truckerdocs.
That's pretty fucking cool, bro.
It is cool, man. So I just talked to Clay. His laptop battery died, even though it was fully charged. So it sounds like he needs to buy a new battery. But yeah, man, Truckerdocs is legit. I wish we had JB on here right now, because remember the situation he told us about where he had lost some files and couldn't
Dude,
keep it all together, and then
I'm gonna hit him up right now, bro.
yeah. But yeah, any of you drivers out here watching right now, definitely look into Truckerdocs. Clay will be back on here in a second for the first time on Lounge history. It was not Rob's fault with some technical difficulties, but yeah, the video pretty much cuts it down black and white. It is a all-in-one file cabinet right in your hand. So any receipts, any paperwork that you deal with day to day as a truck driver. I'm a broker. I don't know all about the ins and outs of it, but shit, $2.90, $3 a month to handle all of that for you. No ads, nothing. That sounds like a pretty good deal to me.
Fuck yeah, it does, bro. I'll tell you, one of the hardest things, I mean, period, in any industry, I would say, but especially being a driver, is like document management. Because just like brokers, carriers have rules. They have to keep documents for X amount of time and stuff,
Right.
and crap. Sorry, bro. Hold on. Let me mute these things. I thought I already did that, dude.
Yeah.
They got to keep track of all those documents, and keep them stored for a certain amount of time. And, a majority of them, man, like me, I had a little file folder, and then, obviously my stuff I turned into the company and they dealt with it. But, these owner operators and stuff, man, they got all these things to keep track of. And even though things are digital now, it's either, hey, keep the email for a bajillion years, or, make a Google Doc thing,
Yeah.
or Google Drive. And it can be a lot and stuff. So,
Oh yeah. Yeah, even though, I mean, especially with everything being digital nowadays, like, saves you time, like you said. Like, shit, I got pictures in my phone, or like just things that we all look for and can't find it. But when it comes down to a broker or your care or your management at the carrier you're working with, or even if it's just you and your wife's at home as your helper, like, boom, click a button, send it right to them. It's all there in your hands.
yeah, I do. I agree, man. I do. It's a really cool thing. When I was helping some people and stuff, when I dispatched kind of on the side and was helping a buddy with his business, like, doc management was a big thing. The dispatch
Right.
software we used did it, but it was weird how it was all set out. Like, the stuff only could get put into the load. And so if you wanted to see stuff, you had to go find the load, open the document, download the document, see if it's the right document you need. And it was a fucking pain. It was cool that you could do it, but it was just a pain in the ass, and you could load them all to a doc file. But again, they were all in one file, and you had to go through and figure out. Oh man, it was an absolute nightmare.
Yeah,
Stuff.
man.
And even the fact that he saves pins and all those other type of things. That's, again, carriers have a lot of information that they need stored, not just documents, on that pin stuff, man, and passwords, remembrance. Dude, you have access to tons of different load boards if you're a carrier, man, DAT and ITS, company load boards, as far as,
And he's
boom,
back.
there we
So
go.
I had to do this on my phone. My computer went totally nuts and just told me that my time zone was different, so it wouldn't let me log back in. No clue what had just happened. So
I
I
think back
truly
to what Steven
apologize.
said. We're going to blame this on AT&T. This is no fault of anybody here or the lounge. It is all AT&T.
We do have AT&T internet, so I'm not sure if something just happened, but
You're getting hacked.
yeah. So, man, guys, I truly apologize for that.
Oh, it's all
Bro,
good.
no
We've been over here
question.
spitballing, letting the people roll in. You got
We
a
were.
nice crowd right now, man. I think you got about 22 people tuned in to hear about you and Truckerdocs, brother.
So
And
go, Clay.
Yeah, so I guess like I was one of those guys that didn't, I didn't use what I studied, but I learned that I had the ability to learn. I was in college to learn how to learn. And the way that I got into logistics was through right after high school, I started working at a company that did injection molding. So we actually manufactured the oil seals that go on the front axle of 18-wheeler trucks for like Peterbilt, Freightliner, everybody. And I started working there, just running the machine. And then once I finished grad school, the position for basically the warehouse manager, everything outbound and inbound was available. So that was 2004, and I took that position. So that's how I got into logistics on that side of everything. Just getting to know a lot of like LTL guys, guys that drove for like Averitt, FedEx Freight, R&L, USF Holland, not anymore, but those guys. And then, getting to know like truckload guys doing all dry van stuff. So got to know the industry on that side of things. And then a few years ago, my wife, we thought about breakthrough her staying home. So she started staying home with our kids. And she used to be a teacher. She taught for 10 years in elementary. So we started thinking, what can we do to replace your salary? So our original idea was we were going to buy a power unit. I was going to hook up under my mentor. He has his own authority. We were going to hook up under him, and just never felt comfortable. Never felt comfortable with what we were actually going to run. As I was interviewing guys, just never felt like it was the right time to pull the trigger. So he asked me, he said, are you still looking around, like still exploring other options as far as like a business? I was like, well, no, I've been learning so much about like DOTs, authorities, like everything I need to know. I've just been focused on that. So he said, well, keep looking. So we looked on a basic broker site, and we saw a business that had started in 1983 that was about an hour away from us. And they helped owner operators, small fleets take care of tag renewals, their quarterly IFTA filings, highway use tax states, MCS 150 updates, and so on. So we went down there, met with her, just kind of watched the whole process for a while as everything I'd already learned. And so we made her an offer, and then she accepted it. And we've been doing that for a few years now with Big Rig Permit Services. So that was the transition into getting into this side. And it's not necessarily, I guess, like on the big rig side of things, something that's talked about a lot, like on necessarily shows like IFTA and all that kind of stuff. Like you'll hear it, but nobody really talks about it a whole lot. But that's the world we're in, just on the service side of things with independent owner operators and guys like that.
Yeah, absolutely. So big rig permit services. Let's dive into that a little bit. Do you guys have a website?
Yeah, it's just bigrigpermitservices.com.
Okay.
And it's just got what we do, our prices, all that stuff. It's got a picture of our family, everything like that.
Oh yeah, bring that up. Bring that up.
Yeah, I'm pulling it up because I know a few of the guys that we have watching this, guys and gals. They are ODOW. Is that you, man?
That is not me. That was we tried to get a picture and it just never worked out. And so the folks that developed our webpage, like I took a million pictures like that. I was like, just use a random guy. It's fine.
Yeah. So this is awesome, man. You know, going on the service side, like so USDOT, if the plate renewals, kind of do it all there.
Yeah, so we, you hear different people like say the riches are in the niches or whatnot. Not that we're trying to get rich, but we just kind of stay in our lane. So we'll help guys that guys that have been company drivers or maybe been under someone else's authority that want to have their own authority. So we'll just take them and walk them through the process, and usually start with like, hey, do you have an LLC? Have you set that up with your EIN number, business checking account, all that stuff? And then we'll just walk them through the process of setting up, getting their DOT number, and if they need it, if they're hauling for hire across state lines, an MC number, getting everything set up, and then walking them through the process on like getting their tags, getting their IFTA set up, UCR, and just moving forward with the process.
Yeah.
So we just we have so much going on with, especially with the quarterly IFTA taxes. That's our bread and butter, because obviously every single truck we have to keep track of the number of miles they run and in what state, and the number of gallons of fuel that they purchase and in what state. And we still have a lot of guys that run older trucks and still just send us paper logs. So it keeps us pretty busy.
So when you started this, did it just start with single services, or was it the whole package deal? Like, what was the growth process? Because
So she originally started the business with most of these services. She wasn't so heavy on really helping guys open their new authority. So that's just something that we took on, and then building our client base, that helps. If we offer that service, then we can say, hey, we can help you with these other services after this as well. But we're a la carte. If somebody just wants us to help them with one thing, we will. Or if they want us to do it all, we're happy to help with that as well.
okay, so you can like pick and choose from these. It's not like,
Right.
oh, you can
Yeah.
get our single services, and then you can also add on our ongoing services. If I just
Right.
needed someone to
Yeah.
help me out with my MCS 150, I
Yeah.
could just
So
come to you. And
that's correct. So some guys, you get a million things in the mail saying your MCS 150 biennial updates due. So some guys just want us to help with that, or some guys just want us to, if they're intrastate carrier, just to order their fuel stickers, for the state. We'll do that. So just
right
whatever
on,
they
man.
need us to help them with.
That's good. And I gotta say, man, you got a beautiful family.
Thanks,
You must
man.
be proud. Yeah.
Yeah, very, very thankful for them. So yeah,
All except for that guy in the glasses there. They
Yeah.
can do without him.
yeah, no, he's probably just dreaming he was listening to some punk rock music or something right there.
Oh man, I love that one, brother. Hey,
Well,
but
it's great.
so go ahead. No,
Go
go
on.
ahead, Hunter. Because what
Uh,
I want to say is I want to say at the very end before we move on to the Truckerdocs thing
oh, that's what I was about to jump to. Go on and say it, because I mean,
all right,
it's all going to come full circle, you know.
yeah. So I hope I word this correctly so you don't think this is a jab at you, but I want, if you are willing, I want your opinion or you to touch on this permit stuff. And what I want you to speak on is there's a lot of people out there that do this or claim to do this. I don't want to say do this, claim to do this. This is another one of those things that I saw a lot pop up during like COVID. Obviously you've been around way before that, but it's like the dispatchers and the brokers. You had all these people get in and do this stuff and say, oh, I can file your permits and do this. And it's this whole package thing. And I've heard that, a lot of people mess these things up, and so, what is your take on that? Like, do you think this is something that like you did? People should go and learn in an actual business that's been doing this for a long time. Are there courses you should take? Just how's your feeling on the people jumping in that don't know what the hell they're doing and starting to kind of give the permit people a bad name as kind of vultures taken to from carriers? Because I don't know if you've heard about that, but I've seen a lot of it on Facebook.
Yeah, I have seen things a little bit online where folks talk about like they offer these services. I felt like the way that I learned was from someone who had done it for the past 35 years or so. So the way that we took like 3 months. I went down there every weekend just to make sure I understood the process and what all was involved, especially before I said, hey, I'd like to actually do this. So yeah, it's definitely things that you can get into and mess up. And I have noticed that to where, that, and I don't really know the company's names around here that do this, but I've heard just from folks calling us, they'll say, so and so was helping me and now I can't get them to call me back, or they said they did this, but they didn't really take care of it. And, just not, I mean, just first off, like not professional and not a great customer service.
So the way that we approach it is obviously we have forms that we fill out. We have power of attorneys that we have to have on file to send in to the state that we're representing to actually pay this. I have power of attorneys to actually go like and speak on their behalf for whether it's IRP, whether it's IFTA. So the way we go about it is we start with, we send out forms and we have everyone fill it out. And then once we actually file something, we make sure that we send the actual confirmation that it's been paid and then the confirmation of the actual tax summary. So we have to keep track of all this, not only just for the IFTA and then sending to our clients as a receipt, but also to keep track of their miles. Like North Carolina now requires for IRP renewal, you have to actually have so the third and fourth quarter, and then the first and second quarter from the next year, you have to have the actual tax summary from the North Carolina Department of Revenue. So yeah, you definitely want a professional, and you definitely want someone that knows exactly what they're doing. As far as courses to teach you how to do this, I don't really know any. It's more to me, it's been the on-the-job training and things that you learn as you go. And I've had some really great folks that I've met who do this type of work that have been more than amazing and just super helpful. Like I'll help them with things I've learned or great contacts that I have with like the Department of Revenue or with IRP, and like they'll tell me likewise, like, well, I've got this great contact in FMCSA, and just kind of helping each other along the way. But for us, like I just make sure that I send our clients every single thing to show that everything has been taken care of. And that does get into Truckerdocs too, but just so they will know, like, this has been taken care of. When you get all those emails and all those calls, like, this is still out of date, this is due, and you're going to be fined. A lot of times I can say, like, I love our clients. A lot of times they don't look at all the stuff that I send them. I don't feel like, because I still get the calls like, hey, I need this. And I'm like, well, I sent it to you, but
Right.
that's everything. So
Per my last email.
yeah.
But
All right,
hey,
so
we need to get Clay on in the freight school.
oh shit. Oh yes, Clay.
Yeah,
We
because you could teach some, you could spread some knowledge in that. Like you're
yes,
talking about, there's not a place to really learn people on that.
Yeah.
we're
We'll
gonna
come
hook
back.
you up with Steven Tittle, man. He's got this thing right now called Freight School, and it's just a bunch of people from different parts of the industry. And man, like, we just talk about things. People post topics and others comment on it, and it could be about whatever. You could do something like, hey, do you know how to do an IRP? People would go and you like correct them and stuff. Before we move on to this trucker doc thing, I want to ask this one last question. What is your advice to a driver if they're going and looking for big rig, someone like big rig, like, hey, looking at their background, they just, I don't know, what would be your advice to make sure that someone is getting with someone that knows what they're doing?
The fact that they're going to be able to get in touch with you, and I always have professors in college or even like friends that would say, you don't know it if you can't explain it. So just having someone be able to walk them through to say, hey, this is what IFTA is. It's based on the number of miles that you drive and in what state. And then the number of gallons that you purchase and in what state. I don't need to know the amount that you're, filling up. I just need to know the number of gallons and the state. And just to be able to break things down for them and say, okay, IRP, that means you're an interstate carrier. So that means you're going into another state. So I would say somebody that talks to you in a way that they explain things well. And if you continue to have questions, they can come back to you. And I love building relationships with people. I love getting to talk to folks. So, a lot of the guys that call us, like, I've had tons of people that just call us and I'll just walk them through something. And they're like, man, I really appreciate you taking the time to tell me that. And they're like, how much do I owe you? I'm like, nothing, man. Just tell somebody about us. And, just somebody that's willing to help and not just say, well, hey, go ahead and pay me up front, but somebody that, has a desire. Because I mean, anybody that comes to us, like I look at them, they're doing the same thing I've done. They're an entrepreneur. So they're starting a business and they're going to be running a business. And if they choose to come to someone like us, I want to take care of them and make sure that they're going to be successful, because if they're successful, they have a truck, then they add trucks. That's only going to help me. So not that I'm just being selfish in that, but I want to help them thrive. And I would say finding somebody that is really going to want to stick with you, and like we don't do contracts like or anything. So people are like, hey, can I pay you for the whole year? And I'm like,
That's good
no.
shit, bro.
I was like, no, look, we don't need to do that. And we invoice folks and we give them 30 days to pay. And none of that 180-day stuff like you were talking
Dude,
about
see,
earlier. So
man,
but,
yeah, hey, that's one of those things that I've seen, man, is the we'll lock you in, to 180-day contract stuff. But hey, thank you for touching on that. Before we move on to Trucker Docs, give yourself a plug, man. Give Big Rig a fucking plug. Tell them how to hit you, where your social media is. Let's go.
yeah, so Big Rig, people can reach out to us on just bigrigpermitservices.com. Heck, man, they can even call me. My number's 980-329-2458, and they can call me. And that they're going to actually get me and get to talk to me. But yeah, just the webpage. And we have, basically, we don't have our number on the webpage. We just have a portal to where people can leave the information and just gets emailed to us. But that's the main place for Big Rig. And to tell you the truth, like, when we bought the business, it was called a different name, but I asked her how she had advertised, and she, sweet Southern lady, she said, well, Clay, her name's Miss Elaine. She said, I put an ad out in the Truck Trader in 1991. And I was like, that's it? And she was like, yeah. So she never advertised. It's all word of mouth. And, guys just, if you offer a good service, they just talk and they tell somebody else and tell a friend, a cousin, whatever. And that's the way we've really grown.
Yeah. Yeah. And I was back to what you're saying, man, the personal touch, like the fact that you're running this show and they can call you up anytime and you'll walk them through it just because you care about it. That goes such a long way.
Yeah.
And I mean, it reminds me of like Clay with or not Clay, but Clint with Sherline. I mean, he's the same way. You just put your phone number out there. A lot of people are like, well, you can just call our information line or shoot us an email, info at, and we'll get back to you when we can. Nah, call
Yeah.
me right now. That means a lot.
Yeah. And they can email me directly too. Just clay@bigrigpermitservices.com. They have any questions.
Cool. Yeah, we'll get all that from you before we shut this down, which who knows, it could be tomorrow morning. But coming over here into the Trucker Docs. I nailed that. I didn't even read that when we were scrambling, Clay. I said it's a filing cabinet for your phone. But well, let's walk through this, man, because I think there's a lot of people that can benefit from it, and especially one of our friends that comes on here. He's a truck driver. He's owner operator, has his own. He has a few drivers underneath him, and he actually ran into an issue because of filing, and it took him off the road for a few days. So
Yeah. So what we started seeing is like organization from new guys to guys that had been doing this forever was very lacking. So just started noticing, like, with all the pins, the passwords, whether it's the FMCSA, it's IRP, IFTA, like whatever it is, there's a million different passwords that you have to remember. So a lot of these guys literally had no clue where any of these things were. And as far as like due dates, had no clue when things were due. Like, no lie, like I got off the phone with a guy today who's a newer client of ours, but he has been driving for like the past 35 years. And he asked me when IFTA was due. So I literally walked him through January, February, March. It'll be filed in April, and then like, so I just told him, I was like, let's remember like April, July, October, and then January. And like, I'm like, this is really, but like
in
that's
one ear out the other.
they're worried about, like, if it's flatbed, like making sure it's secure and like making sure the weight's right and then driving. Like, and
Yeah.
that's what they're focused on. But this is the nuts and bolts. And it's like, there's so many apps out there that, you know, you can book loads with, you can park, you can factor, like all the cool things that can link to your ELD and like the cool, sexy type apps. But this is like the nuts and bolts of, man, you're not booking loads, you're not parking, you're not making money unless all this is taken care of.
Yep.
So we started thinking like organization, like time wasted. Like, you know, guys would say, hey, I don't know my PIN. So like now with FMCSA, you have to request it to be mailed. So it takes 7 to 10 business days for your PIN to be mailed out. And it's like, if you don't have it or you forget it or lose it, you got to wait. And it's like,
Mm-hmm.
it's a pain. So like having to do that, like, and then things like insurance, like always needing like annual miles or like IRP miles, you know, the last 2 quarters and the first 2 quarters, like not having that. Like we'll have guys call and they'll be like, hey, I'm in line. And I'm like, where are you in line? They're like, I'm at IRP, I'm gonna renew my tags. And they're like, can you send that stuff over? I'm like, I did send it to you. And they're like, I don't have it, it's at the house. Or, you know, I'm like, okay. So just after all these type conversations and guys calling me all the time, like, hey, is this due yet? Is this due? And I'm like, no, it's not due yet. Or, hey, is my MCS 150? Did you take care of it? Yes, sir, we took care of that. Like, so all those type conversations, that's where we came up with the idea for a file cabinet in your phone, for somebody to be able to have access to every single pin, every single login. Like, so the way that we created the first page is like we call it the Eagle's Nest, because this is a file cabinet in your phone. It's about putting in information, but we want to make it fun. So like the guy that's like the mascot is this jacked up bald eagle, and it says runs on diesel bald eagles in the American spirit. So
Yeah, I saw that earlier.
yeah, it's down there at the
There it
bottom.
is. There he is. You need to
But
put that on a T-shirt, man. I'd buy
yeah,
50 of them.
we've got some plans for that. So we got it made with like the metal truck, the plastic truck, and like his hat facing forwards, backwards, different color shirts, all that kind of stuff. But you know, we just want to make it fun to where guys are going to be able to put their information in there. And the homepage is called the Eagle's Nest, and it has like everything you need. Like if you're going to need to log in on the FMCSA, like your DOT number, your EIN number, and then like your PIN. So it kind of follows along like, hey, if you're going to log into the FMCSA, all this is right here. It's even got links to where you can go on the FMCSA and you can go and ask them any question. You'll get a representative. So you can have a link right there. You don't have to go to try to find it on the FMCSA website. It's right there. And then just everything they're going to need for logging into like IFTA, IRP, all the pins and passwords. The next thing we did was we set it up for renewals, because obviously guys not remembering when things are due, what they're due. So we set it up for specific renewals and then general renewals that are going to be for everybody. So specific are like MCS 150 biennial updates, which is, you know, based on your DOT number. The last number of your DOT is going to be the month that it's due. And then the second to last number is going to be, if it's an odd number or an even number, means it's due in an odd year or an even year. So guys call me all the time. They're like, man, is this thing due? And I was like, let's just, you know, look at your DOT number. All right, it's not due till, you know, March of next year. So you can throw that thing away that you got in the mail. It's not due.
That's crazy. I never knew
Dude,
that.
I was just about to
I
say that.
never
Like,
knew that.
bro,
Yeah.
that's
Yeah,
just
so-
like the highway system, man. You know, like the north, south, east, west, depending on numbers. Dude, that is so crazy.
Yeah. So
Hunter, time that one. Time that one. Where was that one?
Oh,
at?
you
We
do
gotta
it.
move
You
that.
do it. I'll lose the screen.
All right, cool, gotcha.
Yeah, and MCS 150 updates only run until October, so they don't happen in November or December. So it's just the first 10 months. So super easy to remember. So we got that in there in the app so guys can remember that and just know it. So we set it up that way. And then obviously for their tag renewals, just like a personal vehicle, if you buy a car in January, then it's going to be due January next year. So tags are always going to be different for renewals. But what we did was we saved, or we not saved, we created an app in a way that everybody could take a picture. So they could take a picture of like their miles for IRP, their print off from, like, let's say North Carolina, Department of Revenue for the specific miles. So they could either take a picture, they can save it from their phone, or they could pull it from a file and then it saves it in the cloud. So they don't have to worry about saving it on their phone or anything like that. They can, if they don't have a lot of memory or whatnot. So those are the two specific ones. And then the general ones are just things like IFTA, like obviously due coming up, like, we just finished the fourth quarter, it was due in January. So it sends you an alert saying, hey, this is due. And until you actually address it, it'll still continue to let you know, like just a normal push notification on the phone. And then it just follows the calendar year, like, hey, your 2290 is due by the end of August. The UCR opens up in October. You need to do that for the following year. And then your IFTA sticker renewals. And then the biggest thing we've seen a lot of guys have huge issues with lately is not filing their annual report for their LLCs or their companies. So that creates tremendous headache in a state. Like, we've tried to renew tags, like for guys, like send every single thing in we need. And then it's like, oh, can't renew because their LLC has been dissolved. And it's like, oh my word, just because you didn't pay this. And it like gums up so much stuff. So we just try to think through everything to put it in there to make it truly something that would be really helpful to relieve headaches and just really help folks out, to truly be that file cabinet in your phone. So, guys would call me and say, hey, Mr. Clay, I need my tag renewed. And I'm like, okay, I've never worked with you before. I need 2290, I need these miles. And they're like, I don't have it. I'm in Colorado. And I'm like, when you coming home? He's like, I'll be home in 3 weeks. And I was like, well, you're gonna be running on dead plates. So it's like, I can't help you. So just for them to be able to take the picture, to have it, so they can send it to a company like us, or send it back home to their wife or whoever, to make sure that they have access to it at all times, to actually be able to text it or email it out. And then also, like, if they go in person and they are renewing, they'll have everything right there that they can show the DMV. So just set it up in that way. We set it up for highway use tax states like New York, Connecticut, Kentucky, New Mexico, Oregon, to where you can put all your login, your password, and then you can set that to let you know, like, hey, this is due. And you set that up. Like, New York's really the only one that does like annual filers. So, depending on how New York sets it up, you can set it to where, that's due every January, or if you're quarterly, you can set it up accordingly. So we have all those states in there. We have a DOT permit book section to where, like, medical certs, like every single thing that from the book that you're supposed to have in the truck is on there as well. And then the last thing is that we set up is like the company information, like your a lot of times now with the FMCSA, you'll have to send in your actual articles of incorporation or your EIN, like actually from the IRS. So to have all that right there to be able to send in is just, we try to set it up so it'd be super useful to everybody.
Right.
So that's kind of a quick rundown on it.
Yeah. So I kind of see where you're talking about Truckerdocs and Big Rig, I guess, being beneficial to each other. Are you working on this, or is this a thing where, like, if someone works with you through Big Rig, that everything you do for them can just be automatically uploaded into their Truckerdocs app?
No, this is more like just initially starting out, like we started it as we started a totally different company for Truckerdocs, and then it's more of just a business to consumer. And just because of the cost of the whole thing, like we do have kind of the thought process of a business to business, so where it could be so everybody could could have a mainframe and load it and it would go out, and that would be for bigger companies. But we just wanted to start it off with this, just geared towards the owner operator. And I mean, it is useful for anybody with a DOT number, because they're going to have to remember like their biennial update and stickers and every single thing that they
Right.
are going to need to do, especially with FMCSA.
Yeah.
So
No,
I'm sorry, Hunter. My bad, bro. My bad.
I was about to say, I mean, that's great. Like you said, Clay, earlier, like, drivers are worried about picking that load up, making sure that load's secured, making sure that they're driving safe, doing everything they need to do in the background. So the last thing I'm trying to do is dig through my phone, dig through a file, dig through a bunch of papers, spill coffee on it. My phone gets broken and for some reason the cloud didn't upload everything that I have in there, so I lose it all. So I mean, that's a great thing to have. And for
Yeah.
$36 a month or $36 a year, come on,
Yeah,
that's
$2.99
cake.
a month, and the reason we started out that way is just we didn't want to just collect everybody's information and then basically go and sell it. That whole freemium model. Like, we believe in it. We believe it can be very useful. Can relieve a lot of headaches and like just help people get and stay organized. Like, that's the whole heart behind it, is
Right.
so that they're not spending time once they get home off the road sorting through a bunch of stuff, that they can just enjoy the time with their family. Because I mean, obviously family is super important to me, so I
Right.
want them to be able to enjoy that time too.
You might have answered this, man, while I was over here trying to deal with the driver thing or whatever, but oh, I got it back now. Dude, I know you ain't watched, man. I've seen it many times, but I got a brain injury, man. So shit just kind of comes in and out of my brain at random times. Yeah, poof, exactly. Can you create like folders, say, okay, I want to upload rate cons or this or that, like how expansive is it or will it be? And, what all do you have plans for people to be able to upload as far as documents? Is it everything or just the kind of things you've highlighted on or what?
Yeah, the first phase is mainly just what we highlighted. And we kind of like, I didn't develop it and code it. Like, I got together with a company and I just came to them and we got together on a Figma board and just said, okay, here's going to be phase one. Here's the most important things that I feel like need to be in it. So we do have an idea for phase two and phase three as it grows, and more so probably things like guys who are going into ports, like with their cards, or guys who are running, into Canada or into Mexico, export paperwork type thing, and just expanding on it in that way. And like, there's so many like cool apps out there that do a lot of technical things. We were hoping that this would just be that nuts and bolts, to where the things that the problems that we've seen, the pain points that we've seen, just like on the big rig side of things, that it would help address those problems, to where it would, I mean, if it saves them 45 minutes a week, but because they're not searching through the file cabinet, like, they would at least, and I feel like it'll keep them organized on the paper side and on this, the digital side as well. So, I don't know that we have like any aspirations to get too crazy with it, like, and offer a bunch of different things. But we were just hoping it would be like the work truck, like the vinyl floor, base wheels, but 4-wheel drive that gets the job done. So that's kind of what we were hoping with it.
Yeah, 100%. The simplicity side of it as well goes a long way. That's
Do you have plans to, I mean, expand it to like to the things that I mentioned about? Because do you have plans to expand it to those things?
We hadn't thought to that. I had not thought in that frame of expanding in that direction. No.
You need to, bro. Hey, I'm telling you, before you jump back on, man. I mean, hey, I'm only giving ideas here, man, because I've been in a lot of fucking positions in this industry, and I'm gonna tell you, dealing with paperwork in
Yeah.
any facet, it fucking sucks, and keeping track of it is even harder. I love your slogan, the file cabinet on your phone, and I mean, dude, you're freaking a little older than me, but you and I remember, like, dude, being in offices with entire rooms filled with file cabinets. You know what I mean? Like, I mean, or the banker's boxes. You remember those? The banker's boxes stacked, 10 feet high to a ceiling. But man, especially drivers, man, that paperwork stuff is serious, man. Because, like, dude, I'll use an example for factoring. You send your invoice off, you go to factor it, and you get paid for it, and then in 30 days the factory company goes to collect their money, and the freight broker says, oh, this isn't accurate, blah 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 blah. Well, the factory comes and say, hey, like, can you send us any other documents with this? What's the exact rate cons? All this thing like that. Even though you send the factory company all this, it's cool for a driver to be able to go to one place and say, oh, hey, here's all my rate cons by date, boom, here's that load, here's the information, I mean, all that type of thing. So, you know, dude, think about it, man. You know, I know you're in the infancy, but keep that in your mind, because I'm telling you that is of huge value to guys out there on the road, especially with things being digital, man. You receive a rate con, and then it's like you hit the share button, boom, share to my Truckerdocs thing, upload it. You know what I'm saying? Be a really cool thing. Second question, have you thought about like also expanding this to brokers, or, you know, I don't know. Yeah, brokers. I mean, is that something in your mind? I know it's called Truckerdocs, but have you thought like that far in the future as well?
We had just thought more so about like brokers offering it to any carriers.
Ooh, yeah, I like that. Yeah.
On that side. And you know, it just launched, so we were wanting to get it out there, maybe get some feedback on how guys, and just like what you're telling me, like like I was just taking some notes, like, hey, here's something else that I can expand into. But yeah, like, I mean, we would love for it to kind of evolve into whatever is needed to help guys truly stay organized. And if it is in like things on RateCon and like going towards brokers and whatever direction, just to where it would be the most useful, because I don't want it to be like, nah, I'm going to keep it like this and it not be useful to anybody. So whatever it's going to be the most useful for drivers, you know, companies, then that's the way that we want to go. So
Yeah.
the way we built it is we built it kind of like an amazing shelf. And it's like, if we want to put something in or pull it out, it's real easy now. So it's going to be easy to adjust different things. And it's just essentially like there's 5 main tabs now. So it's just add another tab that's already basically built in there with the same structure. So, but no, like I love the feedback, and you know, anybody that's listening that wants to email me and say, hey, this would be a great idea, like I would love to hear the feedback. So we're definitely
Yeah.
open to any suggestions, and like I'm definitely not a prideful guy in any way, so I want to, you know, listen and then take what people say and then move in that direction, because I want it to be helpful.
Yeah. Dude, well, I mean, hey, there's my bit of advice, you know. I mean, honestly, now thinking back on it, fuck the brokers. We can find our own way to keep track of our documents.
Yeah.
I mean, hey, I'm not trying to be mean, but like for real, we ain't got whatever. The trucking thing, I really do, man. Hey, when you get to it, keep that in your mind, bro. Like,
Yeah.
expand on that document, that cloud space, man, and those different folders, and be able to create some, even for like fuel receipts and stuff, man. Like, think about how cool that would be. Hey, I've got a driver who does my permit stuff, and like, instead of asking them for this stuff, all I got to do is go to their Truckerdoc account and download all their fuel receipts that I had them, you know, put in there and stuff. You know, scale ticket. I'm telling you, bro, the shit is endless with like the things you could offer with drivers as far as this document service. Because man, it's a lot for drivers to keep track of, man. You know, and there's, as far as I know, there's not any other platform that this is all they focus on, is, you know, the document side of carriers. So yeah. Hey, that's my tidbit, bro. Whenever you continue to grow it, your next step, dude, let drivers add folders and let them buy extra cloud space, you know, to upload more documents and stuff. And maybe, like I said, find a way to integrate it later on with your permit stuff, dude. You know what I mean? Could really be a
I think that would be cool to like
fuck
anybody
yeah.
that works with big rig. You just give them the Truckerdoc app, and then like whatever you do for them. I mean, they
Yeah.
can upload it in there, obviously, but it feels like kind of like a, not EDI, but, or I guess that EDI or API, where like, you know, you get it done and you email it to them and boom, it's in
Yeah.
there for them.
Right.
But you guys have been going for what? I just looked at your profile. What, 11 months now, coming up on a year?
What, the Truckerdocs?
Yeah.
Yeah, when we started the company, and then when I kind of like announced that that's what we were doing, but it's only like the end of, maybe in middle of December is when it went live, just on
Okay.
Google
Wow.
Play, and then in Apple. So you know, I feel like the product's
Yeah.
there, just now making people aware of it. So,
Yeah.
and
Totally,
just,
man.
you know, that's
Well,
why I'm
dude,
on to get to come
oh,
on and, you know, just talk about it, like to guys like you.
yeah, man. And I was about to say a good spot. I know you're a family man and you want your time and everything, but you get on X, come over to the Freight X space for just a couple days
Yeah.
and get in on some of these spaces that they have, dude. Like darting uphill. He was on here with one of our sponsors, Lane Runner, which is a rate tool. And this guy just dug into our sponsor and was asking him all these questions and gave him ideas and took it and ran with it. But dude, there are so many truck drivers over there that would benefit from this. Like, I mean, we'll talk about it obviously after the show and from here on out. But like, this is something, like we said, our boy JB, he's a very responsible, very well managed, self managed truck driver. And one little slip up, and boom, he had to end up going back home paying $6,500 some odd dollars because he misclassified something, and it
yeah, I tried getting him on, but he's having dinner with his wife. So I told him, say hey, say hello to your wife from the Lounge Lizards. I wonder if he really did. But yeah, that would be a good thing. He said he's going to try to come on, Clay, like when he's done with dinner with his wife, because I told him what you were about. Hunter's the one that suggested. He's like, Rob, reach out to JB, bro, bring him on. And so he's going to try to jump on before you get off. But if not, Hunter will remind me, or Hunter will make sure that we tell him about this dude, because yeah, everything Hunter said is true, man. Well put together guy, and just shit slipped through the cracks. And hey, how the government is, bro. They're quick to take, slow to give. You know what I mean?
Absolutely.
Yeah. And I mean, dude, even like, going back to JB, he's a good guy. Like I said, he has drivers come underneath his authority, and he trains them up and helps them out as much as he can. And he's one of those cats. He's like, I don't want you to stay with me long term. I want you to learn the ropes and get out there on your own. So I think, learn how to organize your stuff, be prepared and stay on top of this. It's something that people don't think about. A lot of drivers don't understand that their truck is their office. That is their business on wheels. Yeah. And like you said, man, that one guy's like, yeah, I'm in Colorado 3 weeks away. You're going to be rolling on dead plates, buddy. Like, you got to think about that. Like, I know you walk behind your truck unless you're not doing inspections. You're probably going to, at some point, you're going to see your tag.
Bro, you were slamming those bottles of vodka, Clay.
Yeah, I put it in a purified drinking water bottle.
Fuck yeah, I get you, bro. The same way. No, I put my beer in Minute Maid apple juice containers. Hey, on to back to your the big rig permits. Yeah. Do you do other permits? Say I need oversized permit, or say I had a friend that he had to do this. When he would go to certain states like New Mexico, Kentucky, because he only ran them every now and then, he would have to get a fuel permit for there or whatever. So do you deal with any of those other type of things there?
Yeah, so we're not necessarily registered to do the oversized or hazmat or anything like that. All we do, we will do the highway use tax states. So we'll help guys if temporary, if they're going up to Kentucky from where we are, that's where guys will go the most. We'll get them a temporary tag to run up, or a permit to run up there. But yeah, so we kind of, if there's anybody that needs to, they're an intrastate carrier and they need to run over state lines, we just recommend another company, and that's kind of basically all they do too. So we just stay essentially in our lane, and we really have so much going on with what we do. It's, I'm just like, I want to make sure that I do what we do it well. And I'm not trying to expand. And, we've had a ton of guys that are like, hey, why don't you do compliance and do all this stuff? I was like, I'm not ready for all that. So we've got guys that we'll recommend that are really good at it. So, but yeah, so the highway use tax states, like mafia states, like some guys call them, we definitely help guys with that.
Cool, bro. Yeah, just trying to get as much information as I can from you, brother, so we can, people get as much info on what you do, man, and where to go who to go for these types of things, man. Because permits are a bitch, like at any level, man. Whether you're just dealing with the everyday stuff, like the MCS or IFTA or whatever, or you're dealing with the oversize and bridge law, whatever. Like it's all a pain in the ass. Like nobody likes permits. I mean, look, I'll use myself as an example. I'm literally going to build my office in my garage so that way I don't have to pull a city permit. Everybody hates permits, bro. Every fucking body.
Yeah. Yeah, it's you know, I look at it like we're a service, and guys can, you know, change the oil in their own car, but they choose to go to like a Jiffy Lube or somewhere else, you know, to have someone else do it for them, or just the simple, you know, people can cook a hamburger, but they choose to go to fast food restaurant to have somebody cook it.
Yeah.
And you know, that's what we are. We're a service, and we want to make sure we do it well and just take something off their plate and do it for a fair price to where they feel like we've really helped them, and you know, and we are, and then we're keeping track of everything for them.
Wunderbar, wunderbar. Hunter, do you?
Yeah.
Well, let me say this. Clay, do you have anything you want to add amongst the plethora of information that you've given us? All fantastic stuff. Before we move on to Freestyle Friday, brother. I mean, you know, I don't want to shorten your time at all or anything, but do you have anything else you want to say, or exiting comments or continuing comments or info?
You know, staying organized is not only like for a truck company, but in all areas of life. It can make so many things go so much smoother. So it's been an area where, you know, I am like a wild chaos of organization, and like, you know, personally it's helped me just get better organized in so many different things. And I like organization. Like I've always been someone, I know I'm not a big guy, but like to work out and all that stuff. So I like to look back and track everything I've done, or like as far as like journaling or whatever, you're able to look back and kind of see things that have happened in your life, whether it's just writing it down on a calendar or whatnot, and just remembering those really cool things. So like with organization and what I feel like Big Rig can do for someone, and then also Truckerdocs, is to be able to track everything and keep it right there where you need it. So that's really our heart, is to help folks, and to really, whether it's with Big Rig, you know, offering them a great service and building that relationship with them, or with Truckerdocs, to, you know, to get and help them stay organized. That's our heart, so they can go and do the things that they really want to do. I mean, I know they want to drive, and I know that's what they like to do, but you know, spending time with family or doing hobbies, doing all the other things in life that are special, that's what we want them to be able to spend time doing.
Ryan, let me say, dude, if you can't fucking afford $3.25 with tax a month, you need to park the truck. Like, for real. Ain't no coupon code. You know, hey, Clay, give us a coupon code that adds $17 to it to make it 20. Like, we'll give you a coupon code to make it more. $3 a month, man. That's a stealio dealio, man. That's the shit right there.
I didn't see that one come through, but
that's all right. He's just trying to show some love, man. With us, you know, we get people on here like you that do stuff, and man, we'll ask them, hey, man, you know, from being on the lounge, do you have a code for anyone who watches the show now or later? If they watch, you know, they can go enter this code and they can get a deal. But dude, what's he gonna do? Give you 50 cents off?
Yeah, and we kind of base the price on the fact that, like, I've done a few surveys. I'm like, hey guys, how much do you spend, you know, when you go into, you know, a gas station, like on a candy bar and you know, a soda? And every time it's generally more than $3 that they go in and spend on a Monster and a candy bar. So I feel like it's priced very fairly, and, you know, good value.
Freaking hey, bro. I agree, man. I think it's a damn good price, man. I really do. You know, hopefully you'll get to the point, man. Things will blow up, and you can charge more. You know what I mean? And I'm not trying to be mean, but I think everybody should get paid what they're worth, brother, in every aspect. You know what I mean? And $2.99 is a deal. So you know, we hope you explode, and man, you can be charging $50 a month. Once you add all those features, that Pedro Potato and the Freight Hound said that you know, we gave to you. Boycott Sage. I love
I got him in here. Let's go.
Dude. Hey, Clay, you were so freaking welcome to chill with us, dude. Freestyle Friday, or actually pretty much every show.
Oh yeah, I forgot to break down that part.
Yeah, he did because Hunter's a poop face sometimes. But bro, the first hour is all you. You know what I mean? It's what we do. From then on, we try to get to the crowd, man. Bring people on into the lounge, conversate a little bit, and let people talk to you, man. You know, that's a big part of what this is bringing folks in to ask you questions. Ryan, I don't know if Ryan's ready, but I know Ryan, he's been backstage because, you know, he hooked us up with you, and I know he wanted to chat with you.
He's probably chasing his kids all around Schenectady, New York, or wherever the hell it is.
Bro, that kid is that Ryan is got. I'm telling you, he's building like the Brady Bunch and shit. That's what he's doing, man.
He's just playing the statistics game.
What's up, man? How you doing?
Oh man, Clay's my guy. So
look at his hair. Look at his hair. Looks like he just got done wrestling alligators.
Bro, I went to go get a haircut, but my head hurts so much from last night. I couldn't even get my hair cut today. But I got the kids running around, so I just came outside real quick. But I mean, I met Clay when he launched his Instagram for Truckerdocs, and I was like, man, this thing's fucking legit. And I DM'd him, and I was like, yo, let me know when this thing launches. And too bad I blew the tranny on the truck before it launched. But I mean, I would definitely be a customer, that's for sure. It's cool. I mean, to come up with something like that, you're a genius, man.
Well, I appreciate it. Hopefully it'll, be useful to everybody.
Yeah. I think, I mean, for $2.99 a month, I mean, are you serious?
Ryan, I was trying to tell him to come over to X Spaces, man. He'd get a big.
Bro, didn't dude just tell us that he pays $25 a month for his service to track his IFTA last night in the space?
I don't know. I heard a lot of dumb things in that space last night, so we need more smart people over there.
Hey, you ever? I can't remember what the meme was exactly, but I remember the text. But it was like, it was a meme that said, "I feel dumber after listening to this." You know, I'm like, that's how that space went last night. It's like, dude, I think my IQ level dropped 10 points just from listening to you fucking talk.
I probably dropped
not you, Clay, but in this X group we were all in last night.
Oh man, I probably dropped like 80 points, honestly. Like, I should have took an IQ test.
I felt dumb today, dude. I felt dumb, and I feel dumb most days, but this was like a different level. I almost called my doctor.
Bro, I literally wrote my name on the list at the barbershop because they don't take appointments. It's just walk-ins and you write your name on the list. I wrote, my two kids and my name on the list, and they went to go call me, and then all the other chairs were full, and I was like, you know what? I said, let's just skip the haircut because my head hurts. But it was I mean, the kids are looking good. I still look like a homeless man, but I
don't think a haircut's going to change that, pal.
So Clay, what is phase 2 looking like? What do we got to be excited about with Truckerdocs? Like, what's coming?
Man, I mean, we haven't really we've got it mapped out a little bit, but man, we just went, like I was telling the guys, are just trying to get this out there and really getting the feedback to say, okay, this is useful the way it is, and then. The way we built it, I was telling them, it's more like a shelf, to where it's a real strong shelf, and we can kind of pull in and put back on what we need to. So we're gonna listen to Robert was giving me some great advice on maybe some things coming up, like with some Raycons and just places for like receipts and everything. So just I'm willing to listen to any feedback that we can get, and just want to make sure that it's useful.
Yeah. I mean, with all this AI stuff coming in, are you looking just an idea, or I don't know if what your plans are, but how about if people are uploading their rate cons and their gas receipts and all of these documents, can AI scan all these and print out a P&L through Truckerdocs?
I don't know. That'd be pretty awesome.
Yeah. Like you can literally figure out like my cost to operate. Like,
Yeah.
you know what I mean? Like, here's all my
We
repairs
already
and everything. You know what I mean? And then
we
AI,
already have a woman.
Huh?
Sorry.
Yeah, well, honestly, we need to get you in contact with old Jimmy Durden there, Clay.
We already have. Yeah. Tell him, Hunter. Tell him.
Yeah, AccuBid Pro. It's what Ryan's talking about, but he's the same type deal, man. He runs his own brokerage, and he just saw the issue with a lot of these drivers out there. I wish Chris was listening to this. I hope he is, but they don't know their bottom dollar for operating costs. So he made an app where drivers can go in. It's very low cost. He gives the first month for free, but you put in like all your expenses, everything that goes into, let's say, a week of driving, and it gives you the rate per mile you need to operate.
Yeah.
And it makes it easy. Like, cause there's a lot of people out there just complaining about, oh, these load boards and I'm just getting beat up out here. Well, in all reality, people are just complaining about it. They're not doing their own research. I guess Chris is doing his own data crunching and whatnot. Doesn't make sense to me still. However, it makes you more competitive and gives you actual visualization to
Yeah.
what you need.
App?
AccuBid Pro.
Yeah, his
he has like a simple thing like that too, like that. You can type in like your costs and stuff. But
That's it.
I'm talking about actually like using AI from like scanning in real time documents.
No,
I don't know about AI, man.
that's what this does, bro, on a simpler level, because AI is all good, but like the AccuBid and Clay, we're not taking anything away from you. We're talking about this because like this guy would be something cool for you to hook up with and maybe you two integrate later on, man. But his is all real data. You like it, dude. AI is great, computers are great, but I say it all the time, dude. Like when it comes to a lot of things, like humans are the best. And fuck the rate cons.
Jimmy's
AccuBid,
is super simple. It's literally your
enter
monthly
everything.
truck payment, your insurance, how much fuel is, like
And,
miscellaneous costs.
Yes, you on each load, if you do a load and you got to buy a wiper blade or change your tires or all of these things, you enter your permit cost. Clay, you see what I'm saying? How this would play into you?
Yeah.
You enter all these things, and because a cost per mile is everything that it takes to operate your truck, from literally the windshield wiper blades to the fucking fuel to the bottle of coolant that you have to buy to put in your truck. All of that goes into what your cost per mile is. And like, dude, it is AccuBid Pro. He does it freaking amazingly. So Clay, we got to hook you two up, man. Jimmy Durden, he's freaking fantastic guy. Down to earth, man. Just a guy of the land. Just he's a veteran. Just a fantastic individual.
Yeah, I wrote that down. I'll definitely reach out to him.
Yeah, he's AccuBidPro.com.
Yeah, and he's on LinkedIn.
Okay.
Just look up Jimmy Durden or just look up AccuBid Pro and then DM him and say, hey man, the Logistics Lounge told me about you and stuff, dude.
Yeah.
So he's
really
Clay,
that sounds awesome.
Yeah, here's the website, just because I know there's a couple different ones, but AccuBid Pro, same
Clay,
stuff.
you're on LinkedIn.
Yeah, I'm on LinkedIn.
Yeah, but you change your picture.
No, not yet. I know you told me I needed to. I still haven't changed the picture. It's still just big rig.
Yeah, Clay's picture on LinkedIn is his logo for big
Dude,
rig.
I didn't know what to expect until Rob reached out today and he was like, hey man, can you send me a picture of you so I can make a video? And I was like, this is not what I was expecting.
I know.
And then get on here, come to find out this dude's not just like in his 30s. He's fucking, how old are you? 45?
45, yeah.
Yeah, you
Tell
got the
me,
sauce and you've been working in logistics. What's the secret?
Tell me this guy, like, for real, tell me he doesn't look like he graduated fucking high school last year. You know what I'm saying?
Bro, I did not think he was 45. I would have said 25 tops, bro.
Wow.
Hey, I'm telling you.
Listen. When do we burn this?
What's up, Sage?
When do we get to burn the place down here? That's what I'm here for. Burning the place down.
We were waiting for you to come with the gasoline and matches, baby.
So one of the things I do honestly want to talk about, which I think is a huge something for the industry, is the fact, like, I'm an actual brokerage. So there's a lot of times where I'll have carriers, and I don't dictate pricing. It's like I legitimately say to a carrier, "What do you need? What do you need?" And they have a monstrous time trying to know their own numbers, where they should be, and stuff like that. And I think that the issue that we're having in the industry is that although AI is good, AI is very good for a stagnant, right? And logistics is dynamic. It's constantly changing. Things are, weather and everything. There's a lot of adaptations to pricing in regards to that. But the biggest thing that people need to understand is keeping your own algorithms and understanding the lanes that you run over the years that you've been running, let's say 4 or 5 years, is keeping track of all that. It's key because when you do eventually go to a customer as a carrier or as a broker or whatever, you're going to need to know the price of the lanes because customers don't just say, "Hey, can you move it for $1.50?" They legitimately they say, "How much can you move this for?" They're not going to tell you what it should move for. Well, at least decent customers. They're going to basically say how much to move this. And either you win the bid or you lose the bid for a lot of the bigger customers. So I think that keeping track, I think the reality of it is carriers coming into this industry need to learn to keep track or have technology to keep track of their own algorithms because technology is against them. All brokers and large carriers already have access to algorithms that you're going to have to establish your own algorithms. And I think that's a huge role into coming into trucking now, which is what you guys are basically talking about is keeping your own algorithms.
Sage, are you at a strip club?
I'm not. I'm actually upstairs sitting on my steps right now on my phone. I don't normally do this.
He's had a long day saving New York.
Yeah, I've actually saved New York City. Without me, New York City would be out of food by now. I've actually issued a couple. I've got a high altitude balloon coming in. I think.
Dude, I just saw that.
Yeah, that's mine.
I just fucking saw that.
That's coming with food for New York City. We've done some
paratrooper
drops and stuff
right?
like that. Yeah, everything's co-brokered. Basically to bring all this stuff in. But yeah, I've actually saved New York. I just want to claim it first when nothing happens in New York. I want to be the one that's claimed that I saved it and see it where it goes.
Get it right. It's double, triple, and quadruple brokered.
Yeah, double, triple, quadruple co-brokered. That's where you got to make sure because yeah.
Hey,
From a 6PL.
Hey Sage, so you're saying like for carriers to keep this history, would you say like the last 4 years, would it need to go back any further or could it be 2 years or,
Well, I mean, obviously we have changing time since the vid hit, right? So when the vid hit, that kind of broke the system. That broke the algorithms, right? When brokers were looking at stuff, we work on consistency. So I know what you need before you knew what you need. Well, COVID broke that and caused people to say, "Oh my God, I'm out of toilet paper." And next thing you know, they started mass ordering, and it technically broke the algorithm system in regards to TMSs and how brokers maintain consistency. So we're kind of having a reset. So you kind of want to definitely know where the high side was, which was during the vid, but we're finding out where the low side is right now, obviously, because we're in this thing. So if you're not keeping your numbers now for the past 3-4 years, then you're out of your mind because you literally saw the high side and the low side, and you're hoping things come back to that equilibrium of stability. I mean, because customers want consistency. That's why they get contracted rates. That's why they hire logistics companies. They want consistency. You build businesses on consistency. And that's where knowing your numbers and knowing where your lanes and, okay, I ran this for this lane and I used to run this for this lane, but during this time of the season, it's this price. And during, the vid, it was this. You have to be able to go back and track your own numbers to build your own business. And I think a lot of new carriers or internet owner operators don't realize the importance of those algorithms, where brokers and larger carriers and larger brokers, we understand that because that's what we're using to basically maintain it. And the more information you have on your own numbers, the stronger your ability is to be able to go to a direct customer or even push back on a broker rather than using, DAT's numbers. Because I have my own numbers. Here's my numbers. Here's where I need to be. And I think that's kind of lost in translation a lot with newer owner operators. It's not explained. It's not taught how important keeping your own numbers and your own information is to be able to build your business based on your numbers. They just seek everybody else's numbers and say, okay, I guess I can run for that. Well, I don't know. Can you? What's your numbers? I don't know. You'd be shocked how many times that I'll ask the driver, how much do you need to do this? And they're like, I don't know. What are you paying? No, that's not. No. How much do you need to run your bit? To do this run? How much is this going to cost me to move this freight so I can go back to my customer? And there's times just drivers won't answer. They just don't. Either they don't know, or they just don't know how to respond to that. But that's what customers want, and I think that's a learning curve that drivers really need to learn. And you start to see the better ones, they learn that. Like the better carriers that start to grow, I don't dictate a price to them, they dictate a price to me. And that's it's like a changing point in an owner operator when they have the numbers and they have the confidence to go and say, well, here's my numbers, here's what I need. Now anybody can say $72 a mile, you know what I mean, for a legal load, but it's a legitimate number. But here's my number. It's a big deal, and I think that's something that needs to be pushed. But you can't get it unless you're keeping track of your own algorithms, meaning your rates on your lanes.
Right. So you're saying $3.60 a mile is not the average?
I remember, I do OD open deck, so for me, that's a little different. But no, I mean, I think the problem is that for me that could be a price, right? Depending on what the situation is. And I've explained this sometimes. Like, you have to understand that end of the day, end of the week, end of the month are your most expensive times for manufacturers or shippers or stuff like that. Because a lot of customers, or at least the customers I deal with, and I've been dealing with for the past 18 years, has been manufacturing to job site. So they have what's called performance clauses. And a performance clause might mean they need to get 5 loads of pipe out a week. And if they're at 4 and this last load they can't find a carrier, and it has to deliver by Monday, they might get a performance clause of $10,000, right? So to pay you an extra $1,000 to get it there, or lose $10,000, you might get that 366 mile, right? Because it's still smarter for them to pay you the extra money than get hit with a performance clause on the other end. And that's a lot of some of the stuff that a lot of drivers need to realize. There's there's circumstances outside of your knowledge that you could get that rate. The problem is you have to justify that rate, right? Why are you worth that much? What do you have? Are you empty? Can you get there? Do you have a full clock? How much can you haul? Do you have the proper, for me, I'm open deck. So do you have the amount of chains and straps you need to haul the load? Do you have the tarps? Do you have this? So you have to sell that to me so I can sell that to my customer.
Sounds like some business 101 there, Sage.
Yeah,
I'd say-
that's good stuff right there.
All right, Sage, there you go. So, Sage, what you're saying is the new owner operator has to learn what us old timers were willing to learn back in the late 90s.
Yeah, 100%. And I do believe that. And remember, I have a CDL. I got my CDL when I was 20 years old. I got my CDL A when I was 21. I've had a carrier. I've been an owner operator. I've been a broker. So I've been all this stuff. So I think the issue is that we're seeing a lot of drivers who used to have to shift gears, used to have to read maps, used to have to call shippers and receivers to get addresses. There was a time where we used to call and say, hey, can you tell me the best way to get into your location? And as we make this easier and easier, automatics, GPSs, and things like that, it drives down the mental state of the game that has to be played in trucking. And so the issue is you have to be if you pull in a truck stop, there's 100 trucks sitting next to you. What makes you better than the truck next to you? Like, I compare this to the Matrix all the time, right? And he's in the Matrix, and then there's the woman in the red dress. What makes you that stick out outside of everything else? And what makes you stick out is that if you're going to come to a broker, you're going to go to a customer, you want to be able to say, look, I understand the difference between working for you and working with you. I understand the difference between that you're in a competitive market just like I'm in a competitive market. I want to be able to build a relationship and long-term here and establish that communication. And I think that's where Convoy and them lost with the AI and with the apps, is because this is still something that when I look at my customers, when I look at my project managers or the people that are there, I look at it as my job is to keep him at his job. So if I screw up, he's going to get yelled at by his bosses. I can't have that happen. So I have to protect him. And if I protect him, he's going to come back to me again because he knows that, I'm looking at this to make him look good. If he looked good, then, he looks good in front of his bosses. So it's that individual relationship building that I think that, brokerages like Convoy and stuff like that tend to lose that mindset. And I think that's kind of where they made that curve. So it's that old time relationship building saying, yeah, I can get that done for you. I understand I might have to, I might not hit you with a brick this time, but you're going to give me enough volume and I'm going to cover your butt down the road. You're going to, in return, realize that I'm worth the money that I asked for in a month or 2 months or 3 months. But you can't look at it as I'm worth the money first load, every load, all the time, right? You have to kind of work your way into that position.
Absolutely. Spud, what's up, brother?
How are you guys doing tonight?
Trying not to get canceled.
Don't worry, we're already there.
We would be doing a lot better if we were chilling at King Spud's house eating some of that fucking smoked meat.
I would be too. It'd be a much better place to be.
Where you at, bro?
We're in Nacogdoches at a state conference for the fisheries and stuff.
Oh, sweet. Natchitoches.
Yeah. What did they call it? Nacho cheese dog earlier?
Hey, I'm going to drop down and just listen for a bit.
All right, brother. My wife follows this lady on, I don't know, TikTok or something, and she calls Worcestershire sauce wash your ass in the shower sauce.
That's about what it tastes like.
The wash
Yeah,
your
wash your sister. Yep.
Yeah, wash your sister's sauce.
I hate that stuff. Once I learned how it's made, I'm like, never again.
How's it
Never
made?
again.
Go on and ruin it for me.
Oh my god. So they put like rotting fish and spices in a barrel and then lock it in the basement for like 5 or 6 years or 10 years or something.
Fuck yeah.
And then they take the stuff. That's it. That's pretty much how it's made.
Bro, hey,
that's vile.
If y'all think that's bad, I implore you, go watch some videos on how hot dogs and bologna are made.
Oh, I love hot dogs, man.
Oh,
You
yeah.
too, bro.
That's no new news, but
yeah,
I mean, a fish in a barrel just rotting away, gross.
That's exactly how it was discovered.
I don't give a shit. That stuff tastes good.
Hey guys, I was gonna tell you, I'm gonna have to jump off with the family, but
all right, Clay.
I wanted to say it was so awesome. I truly appreciate it, and it was awesome to get to talk to you guys. And man, I feel like I got a lesson too. Like I took a bunch of notes and truly appreciate like y'all's feedback for real.
Oh, brother, we appreciate you being on. And now that you've been here, you are officially our lounge lizard. Anytime you want to hop on, man, we're on Wednesday, Thursday, Friday afternoon. You want to hop on, just chill, shoot the shit like Spud's doing, like Ryan did and Sage. You just let us know, man. You ain't even got to ask. You just say, hey, shoot me a link.
Yeah.
We'll shoot you come on, chill with us, man.
I'll definitely do that. And I'm going to try to, Hunter, maybe I can get with you on like how to get better at the whole X thing and all that stuff. Cause that's still pretty.
You just hop on and type in #FreightX and you'll find the party.
I'm going to write it down. #Freight.
But yeah, let me know when you make one, man, because King Spud's one of the originators of that, and it gets wild. Ryan's over there all the time. It's a party, man. But there's a lot of people over there that would benefit from you and give you a lot of good feedback, man. Like I'm telling you, if you talk to Darting Uphill, TJ, he'd tell you what he likes, what he don't like, but he's one of the smartest cats I know in this industry.
He fucking is, isn't he, dude? TJ is so smart, bro.
Darting Uphill, TJ. Okay. All right. Well, cool, guys. Well, I hope y'all have a good evening and have a good weekend.
You too,
brother.
Clay.
Appreciate it, man.
All right.
Family, man.
See you guys.
Bye. That's good stuff.
How's everything going, Spud, man? How's the recovery doing and all that stuff, man?
I didn't blow my back out last night, so that was a positive.
Yeah, I saw that tweet you made. What happened? Did you
I'll leave that up to your imagination.
You try to tie your shoes or something?
Yeah, my shoelace non-lace boots is what the word I was looking for there.
Another wrestling match with the wife.
Yeah. Oh, maybe. But yeah, no, we're getting better. I mean, I feel normal again almost. So
That's good.
we'll see. I got something in the books for the end of next week. So y'all pay attention and follow along because it'll be a ride. At least I hope it will be.
Is that what is it? I don't know if it was you or if it was Justin, but the FUCK.
Oh, that was Aaron.
Aaron. Well, what you got to give a little hint, man. Is it going to be an X thing or?
Oh, I'll be posting on there. Yeah, but I'll be posting about what I'm doing. Be a fun time. At least on my end. I should have a fun time. I don't know if you all will, but
oh, you got to give us a little sneak peek, man. A little insider.
Let's see. What could I say? I used to do this.
All right, so only 3 people are watching from X, so you're not going to get get exposed.
Yeah, they'll come back and watch later, but I used to do this, and so I'll be back doing it for a few days, helping a friend out. So y'all follow along and pay attention. Be a good time.
Right on, man.
Trying to find this fucking tweet, dude. That's what I'm trying to find. I want to laugh at you. I don't know, whatever one we're talking about. I want to laugh at you, whatever it is we're talking about here earlier.
Aaron Dunn. He posted FUCK is trending. F.U. Is trending, and
I'm talking about the one of you with your unlaced boots or whatever. That's what I want.
Oh no.
That was last night at 11:30.
Trying to find.
Yeah. Good luck finding that.
Bro, I love this.
That much.
Holy shit! Hold on.
Which one?
This is so fucking true right here, dude. This is gonna be so true. Fucking dog. That's gonna be the first store that opens on the fucking moon. It's a goddamn Dollar General or a Family Dollar, bro.
That's it. I thought that was hilarious, but I'm shadow banned, so nobody saw it.
You're banned?
Oh, really?
I'm shadow banned again. Yeah.
What is that?
What does that even? What is that? Yeah.
It means only people can see your stuff if they follow you. Pretty much, if you reply to comment to a 4 million post, then nobody's gonna see it. Where unlike usual, where if you pay for not the extra premium, whatever, but even just the regular $8 stuff is. People will see it, and you'll get a couple thousand or whatever, 10, 15,000 views on it at least, or at least I do, at least lately. But they shadow ban you, so 50 people will see it, So if you tweet something like that, only your followers are seeing it, if they're even seeing it,
That's so dumb, dude. X has been the most frustrating thing in the world. So yesterday I was in one of those spaces and I heard y'all talking about if you change your profile picture as a verified account, then it will take away your check mark and everything. And dude, I tried to go and just put a hashtag in our bio, and it wigged out. It tried to make sure I was a human, and then went through all that. Well, it changed the logistics lounge to Woodfin, and then dude, shut us out. So we're in X jail, I guess, if that's a thing. But
yeah,
dude, what am I paying $16 a month for?
Right. I got what was it? Oh, go ahead.
Oh, my biggest pet peeve with X is man, I putting out content, dude. I am a huge person on the scheduling tools on everything, bro. Facebook, LinkedIn, X. I tell you, X is fucking bullshit. I'll put some stuff on there and it denies the most random thing. And I was I think I figure out why it denies it. And then I'm like, and then it denies something else. And bro, it is so aggravating because I'll go through and check something. At the end of the day, I'm like, holy fuck, I needed this to post this morning. Now it's completely irrelevant. What I mean? So that's my frustration. Why give me a tool and not tell me how to not to use or how to properly use the fucking thing so you actually post the stuff that I want you to post, man. So yeah, I like it, but it's a finicky bitch. You know what I mean?
Yeah. And it's real good about deboosting, like if you post a YouTube link or something, like even to your own stuff or a Facebook link to your own stuff or something. Like, no, ain't nobody gonna see it, and that's ridiculous. I mean, I get it, I guess, but it's also ridiculous.
Yeah, I don't know. It's frustrating, thinking that Elon's going to come in and change all this stuff up, and we're still dealing with it. Like, I think there's an algorithm, but it seems like who's that one guy, Texas Trucker, that made that one post, or even Freight Bandit, like posting up about this is at a Whole Foods today in New York City. Man's got 1.1 million views on that shit.
Oh, he's got more than that. It was up to like 1.7 yesterday, I think. They community noted it and everything. It's hilarious. I had to text him the other day. I'm like, dude, you made it. You got community noted.
Yeah, dude. And then he's posting up those messages where like people are like threatening his life.
Crazy. Some of those comments are just wild.
Redneck.
You gotta get like TJ in here.
I'm trying. Well, I shot everybody a message. Redneck, go on YouTube. I just sent you a link. Get on in here. Let's see what you're hauling today. You ever met Redneck there, Spud?
Huh?
You ever met Redneck?
No.
Oh, dude, he is like
a redneck.
Yeah, but he's I still don't know a whole lot about the guy except for he's like one of Van Brown's biggest advocates for bull snot. Like, yesterday, dude, he hopped in and we were talking about cars and shit. And he was like, "I bet y'all ain't got a jet." We're like, "You ain't got no fucking jet." And he's like, "I got a fighter jet, dude." Shot him a link. This man is hauling a fighter jet.
Nice.
It's fucking
nice,
man. I got to show. I'm going to post this actually. A buddy of mine, man, is hauling propellers for the government going to, I think, a Marine base. And he's seen a picture of this dude. Like, it's fucking cool. They're all like how they're slanted on the trailer and shit, and it's like pretty badass. I was like, dude, that's fucking cool, man. And he was like, yeah. He was like, I was so glad when they told me I didn't have to tarp it because I was like, yeah. I'm gonna roll down the highway showing off my props. I was like, bro, that is a fucked up pun, but I so get it.
A buddy of mine used to haul helicopter blades. They take them off and then put them in he had a Conestoga or a roll tarp, and he'd haul them from Great Falls, Montana to Chino, and then back when they were done, they would rebuild them and go through them, test them, all that stuff, and then haul them back. And he said that was like $5 a mile 15 years ago,
Damn.
Yeah, it was good stuff.
What he said he was getting paid. I think it was a little like over $3 a mile or whatever is what he was getting paid. I mean, they're light. Like, I was like, how much that weigh? And he was like, dude, he's like
aerodynamic.
Like 2,000 pounds. Yeah, like fucking nothing.
Yeah.
What's up,
y'all
man?
want to see some sexy there? Well, that's sexy. That's sexy right there.
Hey,
already got wood.
God damn it.
Children, time to tune out.
Spud over here. He's a KW driver too. There, redneck.
There you go. You got W9. You got a plastic one.
You got W9. What are you talking about? do I look that trashy? Damn.
Oh, you're from Texas, all right?
No, I said no. If you didn't got a W9, you probably got a JJ.
Hey.
Well, now you got to differentiate because now you got the W990 and they think they're big shit and they're just not.
So if I had a 990, I'd be going, hey.
I just want to say that because of Hunter's comment, when we meet up in June for to hang out, you make sure you give his ass the fucking meat from the charbroiled charcoal fucking griller. Okay, like that's all he deserves for making that Texas comment there. no good smoked meat
off the propane grill.
Yeah,
just like Hank Hill design.
Out of the microwave. I'll microwave your birthday, boy.
Yo, redneck, where'd you get that sign from? Is that a sticker?
I was just about to ask that.
Oh, dude, we got
I got that one. I'm the one that's got this. I got the signs. I got all the signs. Yeah.
Dude, I'm about to holler at Van and get some of that stuff, man. I'd slap that on the side of my Jeep.
You know what he gonna tell you? He gonna say,
Hey.
"See, redneck, he one got him."
All right, redneck, come on up here to Nashville. Give me one. Pay $1.
Oh, I gotta get on the other side now.
Are you part of Van's? You part of Van's rolling crew that test out his products?
Yeah, I get test stuff.
Oh, sweet.
I ain't part of the posse though. I'm the.
Oh,
I ain't part of the posse.
Here's media crew.
I come in late. Yeah, there you go. I'm the media crew.
Hey,
All right, guys.
Home tonight? After y'all done with that conference?
No. I gotta scoot down here. We got this banquet tonight, and then she's presenting tomorrow. She's the last presenter, and then we're gonna scoot home.
Bro, why are we having you on the show? We need to have your wife on the show. She's the celebrity.
She's down at the bar hanging out with them. I don't drink, so I figured I'd hop in here for a few minutes and then.
Well, we appreciate you hopping here. I don't know.
Yeah.
Hey, is that the only cowboy hat that you own? I'm gonna assume no.
No. I have two more. This is my going out hat, my felt. Yeah. I've got a straw that sits on the dash. I wore that one at F3. It said please advise on it. Put on there.
My son, dude. Hey, I'm a born and raised Texan, and I've never had a cowboy hat. But my son is huge into them, and I saw that you were wearing a felt, and I was like, bro, it is 80 fucking degrees in Texas. Like, what are you doing wearing a felt hat?
Hot. Fucking hot. And then I had to wear it in the truck coming up here because the windows were down because I don't have AC in there. And it was blowing everywhere, sliding all over the dash. It's just regular cap. So I'm like, fucking put it on my head. This thing's heavy too. I don't wear it that often, and it is heavy. My neck knows it.
Yeah. Them felts are. I need to give me one. I want to give me a straw hat. I think I'm gonna give me like one of those George
gas station.
Dude, no, I want to get one.
I got it. No, I got a $20 from the gas station I wear, like mowing or something.
Yeah.
Pretty good. I got it to fit in with my Mexican buddies I was working for back then. We were all working out in the sun on trucks and stuff, and I'm like, I don't have a straw cowboy hat from the gas station, so I went and changed that.
You got one of those
it's not that big
sun hats.
I'll take a picture and post it when I get home of my hat rack in the closet.
Oh, fuck
yeah. And then my other hat rack down the hallway that's not even complete. I've got like 50 fucking hats.
God, Jesus, bro. Holy shit.
I like hats.
But
anyway, I got to jump.
All right, man. Holla at you, Spud. Thanks for be safe on the ride home and stuff,
We'll do. We'll see you later, guys. Bye.
Later, broski. What's up with you, Redneck? What kind of plans you got for the weekend at home there, guy?
Not much. Oh crap.
How long you home for?
Oh, he ain't got no service. He's been jumping in and out.
He lives out in the middle of the fucking boonies, man.
Yeah.
Oh shit! Who we got in here now?
What's up, players?
Oh, that's TJ, man. That's Darton.
TJ, what's up,
Hell
man?
Yeah.
What you guys up to?
Nothing much, bro. What are you
Same
doing,
bullshit.
man? You chilling at the house? Or are you in a hotel?
No, this is my office.
Oh, it's okay. All right. I just, no offense. I saw that chair and then the painting behind you, and I was like, that's possibly a hotel.
Yeah,
this is the first time we got you. This is the first time we got you out of the truck.
Yeah. This place is. I think this is like a chair from my house that my wife didn't like anymore. So I said, it's like the most comfortable chair. I'll have it in my office, and it spins, so it's like it's pretty dope, actually.
Hell yeah!
And then I got my painting. That's some picture that like it's just random, like it literally came out of a junkyard or something.
I think one of those you just
looks like it comes out of a 1980s Sears catalog.
Yeah, it's seriously, it's just like everything in my office is all just hand-me-downs. Here, check this out though. You want to see something cool? I'll show you something cool. I got to turn this camera around. You know what that is?
Oh fuck yeah, buddy. That is cool.
Yeah.
Is that a fucking?
That's
Is that a
Amazon woman's
rocket launcher?
dildo.
That's a rocket launcher right there.
Hell yeah.
Yeah.
That's
So,
an oversized vibrator. That's what that is.
that's a live rocket. No, it's called an AT4. It's already spent, but it's the casing. But it's
Dude,
still
when you fire those in the army, they or the military period, before you fire them, which it's the stupidest fucking thing, no one ever says it in combat, but you got to say back blast area clear. And hey, hold on, it gets better. So after you learn that phrase in the army, you then use that phrase when you have to fart. You go back blast area clear, and then you let it.
Yeah. No, I mean, I shot that one. Like I shot that. Yeah. And I shot 4 others. I shot 5 of those in one day because we had, I was in a unit that, had a good budget, which is not very often a Marine Corps unit has budget, but I was in a unit that did.
TJ?
Yeah. I'm a former Marine, a special operator.
Fuck yeah, bro.
Yeah. So
I didn't know you were a vet, man. That's what's up.
Yeah.
Man.
No, I mean, I passed the recon indoc, the whole 9. So.
Oh, sweet, bro.
But yeah, but Paul.
Now that you completely make sense now. Now that I know you were a Marine, it all comes together.
Yeah, exactly. But anyways, yeah. I shot 5 of those in one day, and it was the craziest thing because they basically same thing, back blast area all clear, boom, and they when they hit, like it's a big deal. Like you can.
Fuck yeah.
I mean, it's gnarly. So then though, the pallet, we got a full pallet of those. I don't even know how many were on that. We were only a platoon of like 40 people, and whoever got back to the top of the hill could grab another one and then go back down to the firing range. And no one figured it out until I had shot 3 of them, so by the time I'd shoot and everyone else is just kind of like walking back up the hill, talking about it. And I ran up the hill and just cause someone gave me the Iggy and they said, hey, if you, there's more up there, so go get it. And anyways, yeah. So after 3, then everyone started picking up on the deal, but not before I could shoot 5 of those fucking things.
Dude, those things I've only shot them once actually, and that was in training. They let all of us pop one off, and dude, like those things are so fucking cool, and it's heart pounding the whole time because like you're holding it and you hit that trigger, dude, and you feel all of that power when that rocket fucking ignites, and then you watch it just go and hit the target, and then you hit it, and it's like you don't even hear it at first. It's like, and there's like, doof, and you feel that shit come back, bro. Yeah. Those things are so fucking fun to shoot, man. Oh, it's so fun.
Yeah, like it's like if you took the bass hitting at the loudest concert right on the speaker, and then multiply it times 10. That's what it feels like through your body. It just it does, dude. It makes your whole body, and even with all your ear protection and everything, you're still like a little bit disoriented when that fucker goes off.
You know what another fun ordinance was, dude, was we got to play with them a lot. I was in 101st Airborne, and we were a forward support company, so like we were attached to fucking grunts, dude. So we got to play with all kinds of shit. Was freaking claymores, man. I still love those things, bro. Same thing. It's like, dude, you do that, and you pull that thing and that wire, and that, oh my god, dude, and it's so fun. And my favorite part was going and inspecting the damage to like the tree lines and the cars. It's like, holy shit, man. The military kicks ass, man.
Hell yeah. Like I was a heavy machine gunner. So
oh shit.
And I was Humvee mounted. And I was in the anti-terrorism security team, fast companies. And so we had a good budget, but we shot the 203 grenade launcher, right? That's the one underneath the M16. and
I
you,
love
and you
that.
open it, load it, boom, and they're just kind of like thump, but then boom, right? And then we threw grenades into live firehouses. So imagine being able to throw live grenades into a tire house. Like a lot of people in their training, they get to do the whole lay on your back and lob a grenade over a concrete wall, and it goes out and then blows up. But when you drop a grenade or flashbang into a live firehouse, when it explodes, the echo and the repercussions, like the whole thing, it just like it's way more,
Fuck
right?
yeah, dude.
And plus, you're just like, I just threw a fucking grenade into a room, right? Like I
Yeah,
could do
That's
that,
sick.
you know.
Dude,
Not a lot of people.
I was a machine gunner too, man. I was a saw gunner, and dude, they used to give all the fucking privates the saws, and everyone, you know, all the other people got like the A4s and shit, dude. And I was like, bro, I loved being a saw gunner. But you talk about the 203, man. I used to love the Mark 19, man. That the
Yeah.
automatic, dude. Hey, those things, it's the same thing. You just walk those things in, and it's like poof, and you feel it like hit. It's like, dude, oh
Yeah,
my
yeah.
god! And the sound it makes, it's so quiet because it's just like a, you know what I mean? Like, oh my,
Yeah.
man, you make me
So-
miss fucking being in the army, bro.
So we were in 29 Palms, which is a desert down in
Yeah.
Southern California, and we were in cat platoon, and that's what it was. It was Mark 19s, 50 cals, and then what is it? There's a 0351, which is like it's like a javelin type
Yes.
missile.
Yeah.
And then the tow missile as well. So we're just driving around the desert, and we do operations where we do that exactly that. Shoot the Mark 19, thump 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 thump, and then thump 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 thump, and then a couple seconds later, boom 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 boom
Yes.
boom, like one after another.
That shit's
It's
so fun, man.
yeah.
God,
No,
I
I
used to,
shot
I used
so
to
much.
love. Yeah, I used to love range days, dude. Like everyone else, like I'm gonna say everyone, but a lot of people complain about it's like, oh man, we're gonna be out here from 6 a.m. till like whenever we run out of ammo. And I was like, fuck yeah. Like
Yeah.
what's dude, and like in our unit, you know, we at the range we used to go to, we had a specific range just for our unit. And you know, they would line Humvees up and deuce and a halves and 5 tons because we were a transport company. So we had to be able to master our weapon platform for any vehicle that we ran. And man, it was so fun because you'd have all these vehicles up there with all of our weaponry like mounted on vehicles. Dude, you could just hop from vehicle to vehicle and just like fucking dump rounds downstage or downrange. My favorite night or my favorite time was we were doing a night fire exercise before we were set to deploy. And like most military bases, man, you know, their ranges back up to places where wildlife are. And dude, we had some deer and turkey come running across the range while we were firing fucking tracers from a 50, dude. And we were wearing NVGs, bro. And you would hit a deer or a turkey with a tracer round, and it'd just be like poof in your NVGs. I'm like, oh man, oh my god. The sucky thing is the next day we had to go and clean up the range of all the deer and turkey pieces.
Right. Oh, that's funny.
Man, dude, man, that's a good times, bro. That I don't know. I love the military, bro. If I wouldn't have got hurt, I would still be in, dude. That is the easiest job on the face of the fucking planet, man. Like, I don't care what anyone says. Like, it don't get no easier than being in the military, man.
Yeah, I would have stayed in except for they like I said, I was in that high speed unit, and then what happened was I got in trouble. I had an alcohol related incident, and they busted me down, which is cool. But going from E4 to E3, they won't let you stay in your same unit. So all the guys, because you were already a corporal, now you go back to lance corporal, and they make you switch units if you get busted down. So I ended up switching units, and it was still fun, but it wasn't the same because I picked up corporal again, you know, because I was good at the shit, right? So I picked up almost faster than other corporals picked up anyways. Like I was a E4 by a year and a half, and then I was busted down 6 months later, and then I picked it up again. So by 2.5 years in, 3 years in, I was Mike Boston's here. Nice. Yeah. So 2.5 years in, I was already back to corporal, but then by the fourth year, I was in my third unit, and I was so salty. Like I was so salty, and I had all new guys in my unit. So I don't feel connected to these guys. I don't, I'm not liking this anymore. And so I got out, and I wanted to party, I wanted to like get out and just do the Los Angeles party.
I feel that.
So anyways, yeah, that's what I did. I got out after it's 4.5 years, but when I got out, it was like, it was party life for 3 years nonstop. Look, Michael Boston's here.
I got to go use the little broker's room. I'll be right
Oh
back.
yeah. Broker's room. What's up, Anil?
What you talking about? This is Mike.
Yeah, that's Mike Boston in
Mike
the flesh.
Boston.
You look a little happier today than normal.
I'm always happy, man. I got all my dues paid out this month. Everyone paid me. I got my $250,000 to sit in my basement. I'll be streaming on StreamYard now. What is that? But you use the same platform as me.
You got a little stream there, Boston.
Yeah, like 5 days a week, man. We got to get our infomercials out. We got to collect that money, man.
That's wild. Huh. Somebody sent Adam a link. Get his ass in here. I know I've seen him in all the spaces. I'm sure he's got a thing or two.
He's afraid to talk on the mic. Be honest.
Is that you, TJ?
Who?
Who is the person in the right-hand corner?
That's TJ.
That's Bandit Freight Anon Willie.
Oh, you got a new name too, huh? Is that like a thing?
I'm impersonating. Everyone just puts up fake names here. Huh.
Oh, why not? No, I went and visited a MD alignment guy and realized that we weren't checking our spring bushings right on the drive axles, which is giving us a hell of a fucking problem with our tires. And watch someone that has that Tiger tool swap out those spring bushings in 2 hours. So I'm buying a new toy.
Yeah. So there's a tool that swaps the spring bushings out easily?
Yeah, you don't have to drop the springs. You disconnect them on the U-bolts, jack up the frame, and that exposes the springs, and it like pushes them out, and then you press them in like on the truck.
Huh.
Fucking 2 hours, you could swap out leaf springs.
You motherfucker. All I saw was him come on, and I saw Mike Boston, and I didn't look at the face.
I did see your expression drop a little bit, Rob.
Yes. I walked away, and I heard TJ say Anil, and I heard Anil, and I was like, oh, fuck. It's about to go
dude,
down.
last Friday, Matt Dahl, God bless his soul, dropped a link to the actual Mike Boston. And, dude, it was an interesting time, to say the least. And this week has absolutely
Did he show up on your space?
Dude, he showed up in here. He was sitting in his chair.
Normally he won't.
Just grumbling.
Keep going. That was me.
I'm mad.
If me and TJ are in a space, Boston will not dude, we have to get it doesn't matter anywhere public. Like we have to get him somewhere where he can't run away.
Well, he's got you can hear it. Me going at it nowadays.
I'll be honest. I think he's completely sort of changing course on his strategy and his direction, because he's not the same guy that he was. Like trying to, like 6 months ago, we were, I shot that one video, right? The first video that like got like 6,000 or 7,000, I don't know, impressions. When I was talking, he was talking shit to Fred in a space, then blocked Fred, and then he's talking shit. And the way he was talking shit, like a tough guy New Yorker type, right? Then I had to shoot that rebuttal video, but back then he was saying all sorts of different shit that now he's not nearly as crazy as he was. Like the shit he was saying before is way different. He was calling for all kinds of dumb shit. But like now he agrees. Like we've slowly but surely we've isolated everyone into their lane where we know where they stand. Like I know New Jersey Rich stands on the side of the unions. He's a union guy, right? and then Mac, I know Mac like studies the law, and then he studies the law and he knows it, but he's actually kind of pro-union as well, right? But then if you go to Boston, he's not pro-union. He's not necessarily pro-union, and he does support the contractor model. So I don't think he would have said that 6 months ago that he supports the contractor model.
No, I think he did. No, I think he did because he was in the works to get his carrier up and going, and there was always a kind of a plan to get people to lease onto them. I just think he had less of a free hand, and they were letting people kind of go on their own, and then now they're kind of trying to unify the message to match the grift. You know, this is where they plan to make their money, so they can't disagree with it. You know, you can't argue against your own interest in this case. And I remember him making comments, you know, while Chris and some of the other guys were going off, and he would try and pull it back a little bit and be like, I don't really, you know, I kind of like the contractor model. And they try and specify that what they want to do is go after bad actors or bad carriers or expose them or whatever. I don't even know how you would do that. And kind of what they say, and I don't know how you would do that successfully either. Lease on carriers if you have customers and say you can do whatever you want 100% of the time. You wouldn't be able to survive long because you've got to be able to balance the freedom with servicing your customers. Otherwise, there's no point in having a customer base.
Right.
I'm trying to get Rich in the lounge right now.
Yeah, he's the
You're
man.
not driving. Poke the bear a little bit. Get at him. I got to get this guy in here.
Rich is
I
cool.
like
I like
He
him,
is
but
funny, dude. It took me
Rich.
it took me this entire week of listening to him just like clowning people to understand who Rich truly is.
yeah.
Dude, that's what I love.
He's an acquired taste.
Oh
Yeah.
yeah, but like you gotta love the guy.
He is, but I like, even though I'm an anti-union person, like I don't know. I could go into it. My thing is actually pretty simple, but I like Rich, man. Like the dude sells it good. I'll give him that. But what I like most about him is how he fucking undercover trolls people, and like most people don't get it. Like honestly, that is what I like about him the most, because Hunter and I, like, we kind of have the same type of personality like that. Like we like to fuck with people and see if they get it.
Mhm.
So I like Rich, man. He's a hoot.
Rich was giving it up last night, man, and he was talking about who runs America, and Chris was like, "Well, you're somewhat right." It's like, Jesus Christ, dude.
Yeah, just wait till he gets into his like racial, you know, I'm a right wing racist speech.
Oh, that was it, dude. That was it.
Dude, he's on it with that. It's like, oh my God.
I don't want to. He was. I don't want to
This
get
is
into
the white
that
man's
on this
country.
show. Dude,
This is the white man's country. I don't know what.
He had me cracking up with that shit. Like the stuff he was saying, what you're talking about, Anil. Oh my God, dude. I was like, I cannot believe this guy is saying this stuff. I don't know if he's serious or if he's fucking trolling people.
Yeah,
No, I had to ask around and just find out for myself. Like, I feel like he's killing it in the drayage game. He's just fucking with everybody, honestly.
Yes, I do too.
Well, I mean, he still might. We still don't know if he's just trolling. Like, I mean, maybe he totally believes this, but to be honest, I think after talking to enough of us freelancers, right, that I think he does understand that everyone, you can't just go fucking full bore pro union. You know,
well,
like, the union's not going to solve all these problems.
He's isolated his complaints to the drayage industry a few times. So I think he understands, hey, there's other segments that are okay. And he has a justifiable gripe to a point that the drayage industry is the bottom of the fucking industry. And they treat people like shit there. That is a justifiable gripe. And if you look at him on Facebook, his reach is really large. He's got a really big reach there.
Well,
you know, far more than he has on X.
Yeah, I mean, the stuff he's talking about in New Jersey, New York, that is 100% true, man. I mean, it is like there's not enough coming through there with the amount of carriers. Like it is insanely cheap, because I got my start in drayage out of Long Beach, and that's the belly of the beast. But you know, I got into it with him last Friday, and I was a little drunk, but I don't that's when I was like, I don't know if this guy's serious or not, but I was telling him about the Southeast, you know, and places like Houston really expanding and taking on a lot more containers, and that's like why people are kind of moving away from it. You think about Savannah, they, you know, they just built a whole new terminal, like just to bring in you know, extra capacity. They have a rail yard, or they have a rail that goes from Savannah up to the northeast of Georgia or northwest of Georgia, so it hits the southeast. Like it's getting advanced, but yeah, I would never do drayage out of Elizabeth or anywhere up there. It's a mess.
I wouldn't do it. Period. I think it's you know, I don't see the
Yeah.
value in it for
You know
my
where-
Unless
time.
you're doing like if you're doing like hazmat or um like oversized stuff, it can make sense. But even like, dude, in LA, like, or Long Beach, I had this one dude, he called himself Curtis the Rabbit. He would do drayage work, but also he would find people that were shuttling containers from yard to yard. And that was a huge part of my business. And this was before they were, you know, they ain't tracking any ELDs on that. So this man, I'd give him, you know, a list of 50 containers to move from Carson to like Rancho Cucamonga. And 2 days later, he'd call me back and be like, "Hey, man, I just knocked all them out. Can you get these done?" And I'm like, "Bro, have you ever slept?" He's like, "They don't call me Curtis the Rabbit for no reason." Like,
Oh Jesus!
I didn't ask any questions. I paid him fair, and it is what it is. But you know, if you're not making it where you're at, like Chris is talking about with his reefer in Idaho, like reposition yourself, put yourself in
Oh,
the.
dude, you guys are still on that.
Well, I mean, that's just a prime example. Like, you know, like, bro, just
I don't know how you don't make money like that, because Idaho is a getting into Idaho from anywhere as a head haul. You should make a shit pile of money on a load into Idaho. So you should have your money before, you know, when it's time to leave. Yeah, you get your potatoes, you find your bullshit to get out, but that's just the market. You don't get it paid each way. That's
yeah.
that's just what
But
it
that
is.
that was
that
one of
just
the
goes to show the knowledge in the planning in it all. He's like, I'm not leaving here without $3.60 a
that's
mile. Well, dude,
one of the
go
things
on,
I
Ralph.
thought about Hunter and well, and to nail everyone is like I had talked about like that fish customer that like I don't deal with just because of, you know, like he shoots his shit out to 15 different people. But I thought about the two. I was like, man, I was like, dude, I used to haul fucking taters and onions out of fucking Idaho. Like I get that it's seasonal, but it's like, dude, like you could easily like those type of shippers, they're fine with the one truck folks. Like, you know, they just got so
Yeah.
many loads going out. Like they just want someone to show up when they need them to show up. You know what I mean? And
Fuck,
it's I was
I
like,
remember being like 2013, 14. I mean, I wasn't with Cargill, but I was at other places, and I used to book like Cargill and meat loads going into fucking Idaho, and I made a killing. And then, you know, whatever to get out. You know, I hated where the potato places were, but you know, I made a whole lot of money doing that dumb shit. You know, I hate it up there. I'll never do it regularly. It's not a lane I want to run, but if that's where you want to live and that's it,
That's
I
it,
just
dude. And if that's where you're gonna plant your ass and that's where you're gonna have your truck and your family and everything, well, dude, go the extra mile, go around and knock on some doors, shake some hands with people that are running reefer freight, because it's different than just waiting on a broker, a load boarder, yada yada
Dude,
yada. Like,
I just went, like I said, I don't know if you guys were on this space. I bought 100 trucks, 200 pieces of equipment out of Nampa, Idaho. And I would fly up there and I'd buy a truck and drive it back to Cali. And at one point I started buying my trailers there just so I could like have a trailer with to match the truck. And then I'd load it with potatoes. And I am telling you, those potato and onion houses, they're farmers. They're small operations. And he said, "Oh no, I called on a bunch of them and I went and talked to them."
bullshit.
And I just know he's bullshitting, because like the people, that'd be like, I'm from South Dakota. It's like, I'm a farmer from South Dakota. I can damn sure walk right into the you know, the grain lot and show them my truck and trailer. Hey, I got a grain trailer here. Let's haul some wheat or corn. They're gonna fucking give it to me. I'm their local trucker, and I know damn sure those potato farmers up there will give it to him if he was sober because they're all Mormons
Okay,
up
there we
too.
go.
So, you got to sober up. Once you're sober, go to the potato house, the Mormon potato house, and they're gonna fucking give you a load, man. It's,
TJ, the problem is, even when he's sober, he sounds drunk. He
Yeah.
needs a broker to sell him. He
right.
can't sell himself. It's 100%. Like, I couldn't imagine him as a broker answering the phone. If I wanted to book a load from him, I would have real, dude, I'd hang that shit up. I wouldn't believe I was going to get paid. I just get no, I get no like certainty or credibility talking to him. Like, he doesn't make me feel like you're going to handle my shit, you know?
Right.
And to hear, like, because I even suggested to him on another time with him, I'm like, dude, are you set up with Cargill's brokerage? You can get shit going through your house. And that's when he talked about holding a fucking load hostage. Like, he's so goddamn ignorant. That pissed me off. He was like, I've got a pallet left. You got a pallet left after your load. That's not a new fucking load. That's OS&D. By the very fucking definition. You don't get to write a new rate con and say, this is now a load and I get this much per mile. This is an OS&D claim. And I promise you, dealing with meat plants and producers, the OS&D policy on what they pay for it and the terms are on the original rate con. 100%. There is no way it's not.
Well, hold on. I mean, you don't know if there is it is OS&D, but what he was trying to say, but he wasn't saying is, I need an amended rate con to handle this OS&D.
No, he was very clear. There's a pallet left. This is a new load.
Well,
I need a new rate con for it, not an amended. He said they're separate loads because you guys put extra freight on the trailer.
What he's saying, though, he's not making clear is they're rerouting the truck. He's saying a new load. I'm saying you got to give me another destination, another stop off on this same rate con.
Yes.
But it could be either way. You give me a new rate con, amend the old one. I don't care. But yes, you are directing the truck to go somewhere else. So
no, 100%. He should get paid for it and get, like you said, an amended rate con and an extended. Usually their policy is they extend the load, add a stop pay, may add a layover depending on the timing, whatever. That's their normal standard policy. I'm very aware of it, obviously, but it is not a brand new load. And he wanted, and he was very clear on that he was sitting there and not dealing with their issue until
Anil, you just don't understand, Anil. You do not understand.
Oh, shit, I'm getting trolled by this asshole. I didn't even catch it.
You don't know.
Oh, you fucker. Oh, you got me. Okay,
Great.
yeah, I couldn't. I was like, dude. And then we went down, like, I think you were on that call, TJ, and we went through like 3 or 4 major players in his area. And he's got problems and situations with each of them. You're one guy in one truck. You can't piss off every big producer in the area or every big shipper. You ain't got the time for it. You ain't got the, you're going to end up at the bottom of the barrel. And they still, to this day, do not understand and do not want to admit that the best freight never goes on a goddamn load board. And that is the simplest issue in trucking that has been there since before I ever owned a goddamn truck. Everyone knew it as a company driver. This is not like new information.
You were fucking right on point. You and TJ both. And I'll say this, man. I'm just gonna drop this little gem right here. No matter where you live as a driver, Google Maps is your fucking friend. Like, dude, I'm telling you, like the first thing that you see people teach in these scam ass broker classes is to get on Google Maps and just think about some shit you want to haul and just Google it. Like, find someone around you, man. Like, we're talking about these farmers and stuff, man. I bet you get on there and type in on Google potato farmers, potato farm. Just type in fucking potato. Someone's gonna show up. Type in fish, beef. Like, I don't think that a lot of these people, like the drivers that want to chase shipper freight, like they just don't want to make the simple effort to go like do a Google search or like, ask around or something, man. Like it honestly isn't as hard as a lot of them put it out there to find just one shipper in your area. Like maybe it's just a load out. Maybe it's just a load every other week or two, but like it's a starting place. Sorry, Hunter, go ahead, bro.
I was about to say, well, think about someone like LaRon, who is in bumfuck Missouri right now. Or where was he at before that?
No, northwest Arkansas, like near Fayetteville, Springfield area.
So LaRon,
Who?
it's one of our buddies. He's a driver as well.
He's a homie, man. LaRon is fucking awesome, brother.
He's great people.
I was see if he wants to come on.
Yeah, text him up. But dude, so yeah, this guy, he just moved to middle of nowhere, bumfuck Missouri. He is an African-American man. He's a black dude, but he's a homie. But dude, he moves to this new town, has his truck. He likes to run short local runs. Well, what's he do? He goes to he just walks around the community. He went to the post office. He went to the sheriff's department. He went up to the courthouse and just met people in the community that have some sort of importance to him. And dude, it didn't take him any time. He was helping people with their produce stands on the side of the road. And what happened? 2 weeks later, he's already got his truck up and running. And he has no problems in the world. People love that guy. And
I got offered flatbed freight coming out of church in Kansas when I used to go before they threw me out. And there's like you said, you meet people in the community. You can meet shipping managers in these small places. If you're in a little town, there's 6 employers. It's not hard to figure out what's in your area that you can do.
Or it's like the rule of 7. You meet somebody that knows somebody that knows somebody that knows somebody. If you want it bad enough, you can make it happen. It doesn't matter where you're at.
Well, unless you talk like a drunk and you look like a shitbag, and then no one's going to trust you to haul their fucking $300,000 load on their 2015 truck with some goddamn old fucking piece of shit reefer. God knows how old that thing is or what this shit looks like. And he's rolling in there thinking he's fucking king shit. There's no goddamn... I really am infuriated by them because they make our whole industry look like shit. It's one thing if you got that equipment, you got it clean and it's older and you talk like a decent human being and you sell yourself, dude, people will understand that you're building shit. But if you walk in there while you're building something up, acting like, the cock on the walk, and more than likely you're arrogant to people and, everything revolves around you while you're there, there's no way you're going to build that relationship or that business. It's just not going to happen.
That's that player one mentality. I'm going to walk around with my hands out expecting everybody to give me what I want. That's insanity. That's insanity. Can't just sit there and complain about it. Maybe take a step back. But I hope he took one of those company jobs today. What did he say? He had 50 something offers, stacking boxes.
Oh, I'm sure he should pick up. He should pick up a company job tomorrow. He's probably an excellent company driver where they make him shower and stay sober, and he's got a task to do every day. As long as he does those things, he's probably fine.
Yeah. I mean,
hey, is he I know who y'all are talking about, but I've only listened, been in a space with him a handful of times. Is he connected to the Boston and
dude, he was Boston's little right hand cocksucking midget from the beginning until Boston kicked him out.
That's that Chris Cooper guy, right? That's who you're
No, not Chris Cooper.
Oh, Chris doesn't even operate with Noah anymore?
No, he fucking got his ass kicked out, even though they still circle around them stroking his ego.
Him and Just Me are just constantly sticking up for the guy. That's interesting.
Yeah, they were founding members and they got their asses kicked out.
Well, we know a little bit about some things that went down there. I don't know, Rob, you can dive into it if you want. I don't have enough information on it, but
yeah, I could dive into it if you want to.
Can I interrupt you for 1 second? I got to hear this, so I want you to dive into it. But in the background, I was checking out Lane Runner because
Jesus,
hey, well, these are the guys that hooked it up, man. I mean,
Lane Runner's legit, bro.
Well, so it is legit.
Oh, I'm not laughing about Lane Runner. I'm laughing about him looking up the lanes to show what jackasses they are. But go ahead.
Well, no. So the spot market, it's saying fair value broker rate is way higher than the direct rates right now on both lanes that I'm looking at. That's crazy. So basically what we're talking about is spot and contract flipping just now.
Really?
So
Well, contracts should not even be on DAT or any of these load boards. Like, it just jumbles it up. That's why lane runners, the truth. It's the honest, or what is it, the fair value rate, which is like a selling point.
But hold on. But unless, okay, lane runners new.
Right.
I'm not trying to poke holes in their theory here. I haven't heard anywhere else that spot and contract have flipped in the last week or whatever.
Is that nationwide or just in one particular lane?
Well, it's the lanes I'm looking at. Remember when we first looked at this? Was it a couple weeks ago? Maybe three weeks ago?
Yeah.
My lane, and Neil, my lane, I was paying $4,000, $4,500 out of NorCal. And this lane runner came back and said, $3,300 was the rate. Basically, $2 a mile or $2.10 instead of $2.65. And the lane runner was saying direct was $3,300 and the load board was $2,700. That's what it was. That was our example from 3 weeks ago. Now that same program, that same computer program is saying the broker rate is $4,400 Templeton to Carrollton, and something's got to be wrong because it's showing the Templeton, California to Carrollton, Texas is $4,400. It's showing Fairfield, California to Carrollton, Texas is $4,500. So it's only $100 more coming out of NorCal than Central Cal. But the direct rate is lower on both of these. The direct rate, as if it's a direct customer, is lower than the broker rate. That's my point.
Weird.
But, so hold on. I want to touch on this, TJ. I don't want to cut you off, but I so love when fucking drivers bring this up. All right. First off, I'll say that remember all of Lane Runner's data is done with the people who posted stuff on the daily basis. So probably the direct isn't been updated or whatever. But if you're on there right now, TJ, and it has that request lane thing, hit that shit so the AI will start to pick it up, bro.
What does that mean? Hold on. Where do you see that request set alert? No.
In the rate part here. Hold on. I'm
Rob, just share the screen and show them live time.
I use it every. Yeah, I am. I'm using it every day. I use it every day. What's the lane? It's Templeton, right? Cali?
Yep, Templeton, Cali to Carrollton, Texas. And cool. I'm just saying that I just think that this is good news. If the spot market just pumped, that's good, right? It's good for me because.
But you also got to remember that remember the last time you were on here, TJ, they didn't have every single city uploaded because that was an extra expense. However, that's why they're not a sponsor this month, is because they're putting money back into the program. I guarantee you, bro, that what you brought up, because he took that into consideration. He emailed us afterwards and was like, guys, this is great. Everybody gave me great ideas. And so it is great, but it's just going to get better.
All right, so
Rob, go on and show it.
So hey, all right, so this particular lane doesn't have it. Hold on, bro. Let me see if I can find a lane that
is it van or reefer that you're looking at?
Reefer is what I'm looking at.
Reefer. Rob, make sure you change it to reefer.
Probably because all the fields dried out there after all the rain.
Yeah, I'm just trying to find a lane that'll let me do it. All right, cool. Hey, so when you run any lane on here, TJ. And if this right here, that request lane, if you hit that, it triggers their system to run the API and the AI to start pulling more data to update the lane. It says 2050, but say TJ, you're running this lane right now, and you're like, dude, I'm getting paid $2,200 on this. You hit this shit, and it'll, like I said, it'll start pulling data to try to help update the lane. So, yeah, the Templeton to Carrollton, it doesn't have this, but yeah, dude, when you do it and you see anything that's wrong, like hit that button, bro, because that's the cool thing about Lane Runner is we, the users, have a fucking say. Like we can like, this is wrong. Like, hey, let's get some more data and get this thing fucking updated, man. So,
hey, click on that fair value rate, Rob.
Hey, TJ, where's Templeton? Is that Santa Barbara or is that up in NorCal?
No, it's Paso Robles. It's like straight west of Fresno. It's like Fresno straight to the coast.
And I want to also point this out since we got him up.
So yeah, it was cheaper for you in Fairfield.
This was something that TJ and all the others that were on the night we had Lane Runner liked. Is Lane Runner is also about trying to add transparency. So, you know, you see the direct rate right here. Like, this is the rate you as the carrier should be getting from the broker or the shipper. Like, this is the lowest you should be getting. But it also tells you, hey, this is what the broker should be charging based on current market percentages and stuff.
Everything I just said, you got to disregard, because I just had those flipped apart. I had them reversed.
Oh yeah. So it's not contract and spot.
Exactly. I was just trying to say that I thought this had flipped on its head, but it hasn't. The direct rate is, when I think direct, I'm thinking direct customer.
No, I think
so. That's the beauty of it, man. Is it is like, it's not just for brokers or carriers. Like, if you're a carrier and you're on this, and I'm a broker and I'm on this, and I'm saying, hey, this is what I'm getting from Lane Runner. Well, you can say like, well, hell, why are you charging me $2,700 when at max you should be getting $25? Like,
but, you know, hey, you could also look at it like this, TJ. Like, this is the broker, like the rate for you as a carrier. This is the broker rate that you as a carrier should get. But look at it this way. You go to the fair value broker rate. That is what you should be getting if you're running direct for that customer. So in a way, like, I mean, you know, think about it. They offer the direct thing because us as a broker, we work direct with the shipper. You are seeing what we should be charging them. And if you're working with a shipper out of that area, say, hey, look, like you're fucking paying me $20.50. You know, I know that you should be giving me $23.50 because I've got data from other people that run direct with you. So, yeah, man, fucking awesome tool. I'm glad that you're using it, TJ. I use it every fucking day. And
well, he just now found it.
Yeah, I just now opened it, man. Thanks for putting me over like $1 million, but I'm a little late to the party. But okay, so I mean, this is just, I don't understand why. I mean, maybe there's a reason. I don't know what it is. I guess there's less trucks down here in the central part of California, which I didn't think there would be, but it's $285 a mile, you know, coming out of my area versus Los Angeles. It's $287. Okay, so that makes sense. It's a little bit more. So it's just the NorCal. There's basically just too many trucks up in NorCal versus Los Angeles.
Been tough, man.
Interesting.
Well, I think they might have moved themselves with all the rain to somewhere waiting for freight, because I think that rain slowed down all the produce, and you ended up with a glut of people waiting to find a way out. Yeah. And it probably dried out toward the end of the week. That's my amateur synopsis from visiting there Monday. I didn't plan on waiting for it to dry out.
Right. Huh? Because when you were looking on Monday, there's like no loads. It's like $2,500.
It was bullshit. It was bullshit. Yeah. It wasn't worth it. Because I mean, then I got my truck back, and we got maybe $500 less to pull out of Kansas all in than to take a load all the way from California and end up in Dallas. And then I landed him with like $10,000 in freight that week, as opposed to playing in California and waiting for people to get their heads out their ass. Because the shit on the board was just, I mean, there was some dumb shit. And I could sit here and say I can get a higher rate per mile, but if it's going to have 4 drops and take 5 days, that's not worth that rate per mile to me. You know, I've got, and I noticed that, like some of those guys, it's the only thing they talk about. You know, I've got this much per mile, but what do you got in costs and what do you have in time invested in it? and you never hear that shit. Or where do you land? Or where do you end up with once you're empty? Like the whole picture is never put there. Just, oh my God, I made $3.50 a mile this week, and I ran a whole 1,000 miles. Like, who the fuck cares?
I think we should all unionize brokers and carriers
Oh,
together,
Lord have mercy.
and then we storm every shipper across America one by one as a whole.
No, we just need a fair living rate for everyone.
Yeah.
You know, we need a
We
living
all live in the
wage.
same type house. None of us drive cars. We all just
Ride the bus. The
no,
electric
no,
Well,
I think. Remember, what's that? What are those things in the airport that make you walk a little bit faster?
Oh
It's not
yeah,
like, you know,
escalator or the
Security?
yeah. Oh, no. Well, yeah.
I know
I
what
mean,
you're talking
we
about.
need security at every stop
They're like
sign. Also,
they're like the flat escalators. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
They're for the
we just put
motherfuckers
those
that are
on the
too lazy to
sidewalks, and
walk.
everybody just
That's
walks
a
around.
walking floor. That's
Yeah.
a walking floor trailer right there.
Yep.
But
I like those. I like those a lot. But go ahead.
here's the real question. If lane runners data, we love it, right? And we're gonna include brokers, we're gonna include shippers, we're gonna include carriers. That's fabulous.
That's
How
very
the fuck does
transparent
that-
of you guys.
Yeah, I mean it's kind of cool if everyone's looking at it. Now here's the problem: no one's looking at it. So is it just marketing and like word of mouth that gets this thing to pop, or is a broker willing to look at this? Because let's say I'm charging $6,000 to my customer and I'm getting a truck for $3,000. I'm literally clearing a couple G's on the deal. I don't want any part of this. If I have a stranglehold, like I'm sure Coyote and TQL and a lot of these brokers, do they need this? Or are they going to run from it? Or what are we trying to do here?
No, not. This isn't for the big boys.
Yes,
because people like TQL, they use the internal data. They don't need. They don't need this stuff.
I love like that you asked this question, and I love this question because Tim and I, who is one of the owners of Lane Runner, talked about this a lot. So to answer the first part, yes, I mean it's both. It's all of it, man. It's advertising, it's word of mouth. You know, and we got to think like this is a group of like 4 or 5 people in the industry that has seen the fucking problem with the 3-letter monster rate tools and are saying, hey, we need to do better. Also, another reason that people need to be going to it, whether you're a broker, shipper, or carrier, is because they're trying to answer a problem or a concern that everyone is bringing up, especially the carriers, and that's the transparency. A lot of carriers, man, and I'll go back to the social media thing. They look at social media and they go back and they see the one freaking load that they pulled from TQL that was 47%. Not saying they don't have a ton of them, but it's Jesus. Like you cherry pick the one fucking load that was 40-something% to use as your thing. So Lane Runner's trying to show, hey man, like all the data that's saying that brokers are making between 10 and 15% is accurate. And we're going to put that into our rate tool and show you what us as a broker are rating on it. And it also makes it easy for the broker. Like, you know, when you go to rate it.
Hey, sir, what's your name? What's your name?
Pedro.
Pedro Potato.
Well, I'm Mike Boston. I'm the executive director of the National Owner Operators Association. And, you know, on behalf of my members, I would like to know, like, what's the cost and for this program? And, you know, is there any government oversight to make sure you're telling the truth? And what would it cost for us as a group membership?
I'm so glad that you asked, man. Actually, right now, even though they are not a sponsor on the show this month because they're doing their advertising budget, they actually have. Oh man, let me just pull this up right here, dude. Oh, lovely. They actually have. I don't know how many more lifetime memberships because I took one, Hunter took one, TJ took one, Spud took one, and someone else took one. So I think they have, I don't know, could be 10 left. But look, dude, you can get a lifetime membership to this platform for $1,300. If you just want to do it on a monthly basis, where are the freaking prices at here? Look, On a monthly basis, dude, it's $44.99 a month for one person, bro. I mean, that's, dude, how much is that for the lowest package? Was it 150? So for one user, $50 a month. 2 to 10 users, it becomes $45 a month per user. Right now, you have the exclusive lifetime membership for $1,300. If you're professional, which is 11 to 30 people, it's $40 a month. Like, dude, it's cheap, bro. It is cheap. Like, it really,
I can't give you the exact number of members that we have because I'm not really sure, but I'm sure it's somewhere between 100 and 20,000 members. So what sort of discount would we get with 40,000 members?
Actually, on the website, it does say, Mr. Boston, that if you are a company of that size, you need to call them and they can work out special rates for you. But no, there is no government oversight on this, because you know what? This is the private sector, because in the words, man, I'm gonna fucking count how many times I've said this. In the words of the great communicator Ronald Reagan, there is nothing that the government can do that the private sector cannot do better. So,
as the executive director of the National Owner Operators Association, Michael Boston is my name. Just remember that. Now, would you be opposed, since you want like oversight from the private sector? Once we get our what is that stupid resource oversight group? Once we get that, up and running, would you be opposed to us overseeing your operations for a small commission, of course, to make sure that you're being truly transparent and ethical, as I have been in my entire career as a stockbroker? Because I was a stockbroker, and I had a long time career as a stockbroker. I am Michael Boston. I am the executive director of the National Owner Operators Association. I just want to make sure you're aware of that.
All I need to say is, dude, put the pipe down, come back to fucking reality for a minute. And right, absolutely not, dude. There is no. On a serious note, they are freaking amazing, dude. Like, I mean, we're not.
It's $45 a month is where you're at.
It is, bro. And I mean, I'm sure it'll go up in price as they start to gain ground and stuff. But I mean, dude,
so it's not a load board. It's just strictly monitors what people are reporting as far as lanes are running.
No. Or as of now, yes. But actually, here by the end of summer, they are going to have a load board. They're going to allow people on the platform only to post their loads, and their loads are going to, this is the cool thing, dude. The minimum for the load that you post is going to have to be at minimum what they say the lane runs. So it's none of this like fucking DAT and ITS where DAT says, oh, the lane runs for 2,500 and some fucking moron posted for 15. So, I mean, hey, they're really trying to make a difference, man. They really are, dude. They're trying to give the carriers, the brokers, and the shippers what everyone is asking for, and that is transparency and honesty, man. And this isn't just brokers. Like, this is a broker, a carrier, a shipper, an IT guy, another tech guy. Like, the ones that are involved in this, bro, come from a lot of corners in the industry, so it is not biased. They're trying to get that transparency and that honesty out there. So
since you know people there, and me as Mike Boston, the executive director of the Owner Operators Association, or whatever the hell it is, I do have these little friends that need a job and are dreaming of being brokers. Do you think you could help them find a job there? Little Chris and just me.
Well, not
and I vouch for them as the executive director of the Owner Operators Association.
I mean, no offense to you, sir, but I don't give a shit who vouches for anybody. Like, no, they don't do brokering. They are just a rate platform and soon to be a load board. I can't speak for my company. We are currently not hiring just because we're in a good space and we don't need anybody, but who gives a shit who vouches for who? In this business, as a broker, the book of business is all anyone cares about. I don't give a shit who you are, what you say. Like, throw that book of business on the table. Let's see where that's sitting at.
I think Landstar's.
Yeah, I'm not I'm not into a cock off here, sir. I mean, these are good people and they deserve to make money because I am, Mike Boston, the
You are Mike
executive
Boston.
director of the
Hey,
National
Rob, throw
Operator
some respect on
Association.
the man's name. Okay.
I'm sorry, Mr. Boston Market. Can I come pick up my family chicken deal? Dude, I don't even know if Boston Market is even a thing anymore. Is it? Is Boston
Oh
Market?
God, yeah. Oh, there's one at the TA in Denton, Texas. That place.
I love
They have
fucking
my cream
Boston.
spinach there.
They were the shit, bro. They were the shit.
Oh, dude, their cream spinach and their chicken. Oh my God, I could say keto and eat that shit. It was just awesome.
Oh my God. Hey.
Well, y'all see about this balloon that's flying over America?
Yeah, I just saw that.
They just shot it down, apparently.
Oh, did they?
Another one?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Is it
another one.
Chinese or Russian?
I think a mix of both.
Yeah. The memes are off the charts on that. If you go to the news story on Twitter and then scroll into the comments, and the people are posting some pretty funny shit. I guess it's like exactly a year ago that the last time this happened. It's like almost year to date or something.
Do you think I'm going to get a cease and desist letter soon?
Yes, you should probably change your name.
Well, you know what I think? You know what I think it is, man? I think that these are just our version or the new age version of messages in a bottle. Like instead of shooting it
Carrier
down, we
pigeons,
should
man. I've been trying to bring back carrier pigeons. Ryan didn't even know they existed.
Maybe there is an important message wrapped in this balloon, and we should read it, write a reply, and then send it on its way.
Yeah, well, why shoot it down? Just go snatch it up and see what it is.
I agree. I fucking agree, bro. You know what? You know why? Because it's probably our own government that's putting them in the fucking sky.
Just to distract. It's probably, honestly, our own government threw that up to distract from the next Hunter Biden story that's about to come out.
Yeah.
That's all it is. Just a distraction.
That's true. That's funny.
Was that cat yelling at you?
She did. She said, Robert, no politics.
We're not talking politics. This is an attack on America.
We are. Yeah. That's right.
Hey, Hunter, what were you in Los Angeles doing that work? You used to live in Los Angeles?
Oh no, man, no. I've only been. I'm just a broker, dude. I've been kicking it here in Nashville. That's what I do.
Oh, okay. But you were working with people that were moving sea containers and shit down in the port down there?
Yeah. So you're probably gonna fucking rip me apart for this, but so my first job in logistics was at TQL, and very quickly, well, yeah, good training and whatnot, but very quickly I learned that me cold calling 100 people a day for the same shit that everybody else has been trying to do is not going to work in that saturated of a company. So there's this one cat, Grady Roston. He's one of my homies. I actually worked with him at another company afterwards, but he found this customer out of Long Beach when it was booming out there, man. Like this was like 2018, and dude had a couple phone calls, and he was getting like 60, 70 containers a week. So I was like, all right, there's obviously some freight there. I got a degree in intermodal transportation. I've read the box about, the standardized container size and how it got started there, through Vietnam and everything. And so, and also it's $1 trillion part of this industry on top of the trillions of dollars that it already is. So started calling around and freaking, got a customer out there. And my first container ever pulled from the port of Long Beach was a container full of Crocs, the shoes.
Yeah.
And I was pulling that. I was pulling containers for Chicken of the Sea, Moex, which is an electronics company out of New York. They sucked. I hated them, and did a lot of work for AutoZone, but it wasn't for them directly. This is when I discovered what freight forwarders were, and just got a taste of it, man. Like my first week, I did like shit. I probably did 300 containers in the span of 2 weeks, and I was riding a high. However, it was show up at 6 a.m. and then go to bed at 3 a.m. type work, and it was a good time, man. I loved it. But that's just been my niche. I've never been out to the ports. I'd like to. I went to school down in South Georgia, so I've been to Savannah and seen how all that operates. But yeah, I didn't realize that I was getting myself into, as I call it, the belly of the beast. So yeah, man, drayage, I've stuck with it. I started doing some Midwest stuff, worked direct asset down in for a company out of Miami, and they operated Miami, Jacksonville, Tampa, Savannah, Charleston, Houston. It's just been my stuff, dude. It's that
And that's
neat
what you
trade.
still do? That's what you're doing to this day?
No, so Southern Companies, which was the asset drayage company, got acquired by Geodis, and I was working 1099, and so I got released from my contract with them, and so I went back to bartending for a little while, and I got a message from just some guy on LinkedIn, Mr. Bill Hall, for a startup company called Freight Mango, and I was doing international business for them, and unfortunately, the investors were all overseas, and this is when Convoy was shutting down, Flexport was having massive layoffs, and 6 months into that, they cut it down. So one of my customers, Rain Dogs Logistics and Trucking up in Willowbrook, Illinois. Yeah, old Dan Cleric, he's the man. So he's been in contact with me and offered me a job. So I'm back on truckload. I'm helping them get back into some of the drayage stuff. And
Hey, so it's not just the drivers that are misclassified in drayage. The brokers are too.
everybody's misclassified to a certain degree.
Oh, okay. I mean, Rich isn't here. I have to, fill his role for him.
Yeah, I'm. You don't even know, but I am also union. Who's this? Oh, Dad. What up, Dad?
What's up, fuckers?
We're talking about some predatory drayage right now.
Predatory towers. Fucking shit.
You missed it. They were interviewing the effective president of the National Owner Operator Association, Michael Boston.
Yeah, we had him in here now. Just use here.
Nice.
Yeah.
Nice.
We're waiting for Chris to hop in, but he's been real quiet since this started.
It's Friday. He's probably drunk.
Dear Lord. Oh, how did that go?
Well, with Mike Boston?
Yeah.
Oh, we all actually signed up and donated to the cause.
All right. That's how we're rolling. That's how we're rolling.
I mean, he made
worst podcast on the internet for a reason.
Yeah. Justy, do you want to chime in on that and tell them how it went down?
Well, I don't understand your issue. We were discussing this new load platform they had that helped to really encourage transparency and unity and brotherhood, and it just seemed like a great deal. I just wish they would lower the cost and allow us to oversee it with our SRO. I mean, that's all Mike wanted. I mean, Mike just wants to control everything and get a piece of the action. I mean, I've never heard anything like that come out of New York.
No,
before.
That doesn't happen from the Northeast. We don't like to control anything up here. So my question is, like, as a shipper or a broker, if the guy rolls up with mailbox numbers on the side of his truck and they're not even straight, are you more or less likely to do business with them?
Well,
you actually need to pay them more because you need to feel bad because they've been taken advantage of by shady brokers. And that's why they cannot afford real numbers.
You got to think they had to stop at an Ace Hardware and get out and go buy the stickers and put them on themselves. So that
the real question is,
more
are the words spelled right?
Well, right. Well, that's what I was going to say. Why didn't they just use a Sharpie like my dude did today? I mean, that probably would have made a better impression, right?
Used a Sharpie?
Yeah.
That doesn't leave an impression. It leaves a mark. But go ahead, sir. You're really not educated on these issues. And you really need to do your homework before you open your mouth in public spaces.
It's ridiculous. I'm such an asshat.
Yeah.
Speaking of which, make sure you DM me an address to send that out too, by the way. Speaking of asshats.
Hey, by the way,
guys, I don't. Sorry, go ahead, TJ.
Oh, I was just going to comment on what you were just showing, the Flexport Convoy.
Yeah, dude, that breaking fucking news right there, bro. I just got the alert for this. Convoy load board relaunches under new ownership. So after purchasing the technology and intellectual property of then defunct Convoy Digital Freight Network and Load Board, Flexport is relaunching the service as the Convoy platform. So Convoy will now be back up and they will just be ran as Flexport. Boy,
that can't end well. I mean, that's just what could go wrong with such a great plan.
I mean, it seems like they left everybody, all their drivers and customers out on a good note. So, what could go wrong?
Well,
one
had,
company circling the drain buys another one that flushed itself. What could go wrong?
They had Bill on Freight Caviar this morning on Freight Gong Friday. They had him on this morning, and he was basically touting that a lot of the carriers still have the app, and they're excited to get back on and go back to work with them, and they're up and running, so they're moving freight.
Are they going to have their trailer pool back up and running like they did before? Because I think a lot of the guys running that stuff took advantage of it. Was why they were there.
I think he was saying that they're getting away from the assets, or they at this point they're not doing anything with the assets.
Well, my point earlier today on some space when this news broke was, I guarantee you that the loads that they're moving now, they're moving them at double the price they were paying before. Because I have a theory that Convoy was underpricing this shit when they had all their excess investor capital in that company, like billions of dollars to piss away. That I don't think they had the right market rates on their loads. I think they were undercharging, and I'll bet you now, with Flexport relaunching this, I'll bet you the rates are higher. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been able to book 200 loads the first day.
Convoy was hiring on like a bunch of people and getting new offices, and that's what happened during that, man. Like everybody was getting these VIs or these VCs, and they just didn't know what to do with the money. They were all riding that high from COVID times, and they're like, "Hell yeah,
well,
we're about to make
I
$1
think
billion."
Part of that too is you got to remember the guy who's running that division now. That the guy that was on this morning, I'm almost positive he came from either Uber Freight or Amazon or one of those guys. So I mean, yeah, the rates probably went up, but I bet they're not as high as you think they are. If he came from Uber Freight, they're probably not as high as you think they are.
I don't know, man. I think this was a calculated thing because let's look at Flexport. So in January of 2023, I believe they laid off 30% of their workforce, and then quote unquote they started hiring back on, but come around August time they laid off about another 30%. I highly doubt that they hired more people in this time if they're cutting off that big of a chunk of their workforce that they were hiring during that time. So they cut 60% of their people. Convoy goes out of business out of the blue, and then look at this. It's a way to do a nice merger. Everybody's looking at it like, oh, good for Flexport. But dude, Amazon owned company essentially going into business with Flexport, and dude, it flooded the market with all kinds of work, or workers needing a job. I was one of them because my company was a startup going into international freight and drayage and whatnot. And my investors saw this happening, and we shut down. It sucked.
Yeah, so, I think that you could be right.
Crank up the rates.
You could be right about it being a calculated maneuver between them before Convoy ever went down.
I guarantee it was, brother. I guarantee it was. Because Flexport already had the corner market on drayage.
Here's the thing with mergers. Like, the only way to get access to taking over a company is get rid of the old investors. So how do you get investors out? Like, they don't just leave willingly. You can't just say,
look at how it happened overnight.
Yeah,
we're done.
and here's the other flag that I see. How are you gonna, like, who's pumping these news stories to pump this guy at Flexport as some savior type CEO, kind of like the FTX CEO Sam Bankman-Fried? Like, he's being promoted like he's some God. Like he knows everything about this, and he's so smart, and he's going to save Convoy. They're totally the media, everybody, the articles that are rolling out. It just smells of fucking what you said. It just smells of setup, pay to play. Like there's something going on here. This ain't the normal workings of a market where multi-billion-dollar company goes out of business, and then 3 seconds later, Savior CEO shows up from Flexport, who just laid off tens of thousands of people. The same week, they laid off like 10,000 workers, and then the next week they're like, "Oh, we just spent $1 billion on software." Like that's not how money works,
dude. The best part about all this too is when
Didn't Ryan fire the CEO? Wasn't there like some conflict too, right at the same time?
Yeah, he came back. No, Ryan. Yeah, they kicked the CEO out, which is fine because he was probably doing a shitty job too. That's what I'm saying. This whole story of this Flexport CEO having to come back as the active, or the former CEO had to come back as the active CEO to save Flexport. So he's gonna let go tens of thousands of employees to save Flexport, and then the next week he spends $1 billion on software. That's not the way. That's not how money works, man.
Oh, and then the best part about it too is Convoy was still actively using their recruiters to place the people that got fired into different jobs. So, I mean, dude, you're telling me you haven't gotten any messages on LinkedIn for some offshore workers? Like, come on now. You got that kind of money. Like, there's some shady shit going on.
It stinks, man, to me of like a fucking crypto scheme. I mean, that's just what it feels like.
Yeah.
You know, and I think that they just needed to basically steal the money from the original Convoy investors. That's what they needed. They don't want fucking Bill Gates or Amazon, Jeff Bezos, like whoever those Seattle investors were. That's probably who ruined Convoy.
Well, dude, you knew Convoy, like they were started mainly by Amazon like executives, former.
Yeah,
so then all that money came in through, and I haven't dug into it enough. Or I mean, I've done a lot of digging on it, but like,
but DJ, those billionaire investors, you don't think they were smart enough to protect themselves and keep from getting pushed out?
But dude, what's a couple $1 million to a billionaire?
No, it's not just that, because they do care about the money, but what he's saying is that there's some Convoy executives that came from Amazon, and they probably, those executives that did that, they probably have, what would you call it, like antithesis?
Golden parachutes.
Well, no, they probably don't like Jeff Bezos. Because Bezos does not treat the employees very well at the top. He's hard on them. He fucking not just expects a lot.
He doesn't fuck with them on any level, dude. People that are working at their fulfillment centers, dude. I live here in like fucking Mount Juliet, Tennessee. You look it up. Wilson County is one of the biggest hubs for Amazon. And dude, you can't listen to music. You can't talk to people. You can't take a piss if you have to.
Oh, I worked in an Amazon warehouse for like 2 months. It is.
So what I'm saying is, if these executives that started Convoy, they probably said, "Hey, give me some money." They probably got money from somewhere, not from their necessarily golden parachutes, but they probably got investor capital from rich people at Amazon investors. So whoever invested in Amazon probably invested in Convoy, and they probably trusted these executives.
They did. That is facts, dude.
But at some point, when the money people and the operations people, generally speaking, they don't get along.
No. Like investors don't give a fuck about logistics; they care about their return.
Exactly. So were these investors at Convoy, or these executives at Convoy, disgruntled with the shareholders' idea of return on capital, right? And they knew they weren't getting return on capital because they're underpricing everything, because they're trying to undercut the market. So when you try to undercut the market, you run the risk of getting your own fucking head chopped off. Okay? So because you price everything too low as you undercut everybody, and then the next thing you know, you're not profitable. Convoy was never profitable. They were always pissing away money.
Nolan
Shareholder money.
Transportation Group almost put themselves in the grave for doing the same fucking thing. They prided themselves on, we will never charge you anything more than 10%. Well, buddy, that's not
Wow,
always
I've heard that. I've heard that business strategy from someone recently.
So I don't know. That's my take. I just think that the people that the executives at Convoy had something to do with Flexport. They're buddy. They know each other. They said, these investors are fucking getting real skittish over here. Let's just talk them into bankruptcy so they can sell off assets, and then we'll call our buddies over here at Flexport and say, hey, pick us up, after the dust
they
settles.
created a powerhouse. Flexport is the biggest drayage brokerage in the United States. Convoy.
You'll never prove something like that, though. I mean, over a couple drinks in a bar, hey, we're going down. Maybe you'll have an opportunity to buy it. I don't think these guys have got to be smart enough. Even if there was some behind the scenes deal, you'll never prove it.
I mean, but if they were that smart, then they would have made it look a little bit cleaner, because to have Flexport, like I said, lay off 60% of their workforce within 1 year, and then have Convoy go down at the same time, and both of them are technology powerhouses. Dude, come on.
Yeah, but you're at the same time while the market's crashing, and everyone knew, everyone in freight that with half a brain cell that wasn't pickled knew these rates, this market, everything was going to crash at some point in time.
Well,
it was not going to stay like it was.
Got worse, but yeah, I mean, but you need to prepare for that. If you're that established of a company, like why didn't fucking TQL shut down shop? Why didn't fucking CH Robinson shut down shop?
Well, and
because of the bad market.
And how much?
Well, because they're taking 50% of the rate. They can afford it.
Well, that's true too.
You're saying Convoy couldn't afford that?
Convoy was buying freight. They were not selling freight. They were buying it for more than they were selling it for. I mean, that was from what I've read. I mean, there's no way you're going to stay in business like that.
Well, Convoy and Flexport were both, like I said, they were buying new buildings. They were hiring on in mass quantities, but like, I don't know.
But man. literally the loads they were selling, they were buying from the customers for more than they were selling it for. Even Walmart doesn't do that.
Is that not what Uber Freight's doing? Well, Walmart just fucking sold their shit out to JB Hunt.
Yeah, they found some sucker to do it for less, of course.
Well, JB Hunt's buying up like 250,000 new assets just because they're running a contract for 3 months or 3 years for their entire intermodal department.
But hey, you know what the thing with that is though. So that
hold on. Rob's got a jet out. Let him give us a goodbye real quick.
Hey, no, I only got a jet out for a minute, bro. I just need to go run to Advance and get these filters and shit before they freaking close, dude. And so that's all. I'm just gonna put myself in backstage, and when I come back, whatever, if y'all are still on, I'll
like be on fire when you get
my phone or whatever.
If it matters, I have to go pick up my kid, so I'm actually out as well. I was supposed to be there 10 minutes ago.
Golly, bro. Horrible father, man. You're a horrible parent.
Terrible. I was busy. I'm texting with Ed Mapes. Jesus Christ.
Oh, I love Ed.
Good God.
Hey, Hunter, if you shut it down, like obviously just text me, man. And if you want to make a room on X,
TJ, did he break another truck of yours?
I'll come and join on X. Yeah. If I don't see everybody, I just want to do my out. As I always say, chunk the deuces.
Later, bro.
See ya. Yeah, I got to run too, but I'll catch up to you guys later, man. I appreciate it. It's fun, Hunter. Good talking to you,
man. Yeah, right. Absolutely, brother. Well, I'll probably see you on X, maybe.
Yes, sir. All right, later.
Later, bro.
One of the things about the Walmart thing that I don't know has gotten enough airtime yet, but so they're selling off the intermodal because they're getting rid of contractors and they're going all in-house drivers.
They just signed a contract with JB Hunt, dude.
I read it, but what they're trying to do is they're trying to raise. So they sold off the intermodal stuff because it raised capital to now go buy more trucks and bring in-house all their drivers. So their model is to try to eliminate contractors and right now that's what they're pushing to
Corey,
eliminate contractors.
Corey, they make this threat every couple of years to needle down their dedicated contracts. Walmart has no intention of really
Well,
doing that.
I mean that's even with their OTR drivers, man. That I don't know if y'all were watching, but when Indy was on the show, we had this dude on, Adam. He was the cannabis king, but he was the contract driver for Walmart, and he was like, "Yeah, they just pulled it from us. Like, I don't know what I'm gonna do."
So and you know and and that's part of the I think part of the capital raise for that is that sell off. But one of the things about Flexport and Convoy that I find interesting is yeah, I think it was just a weird ass timing that makes it look, and it probably is some sort of horrible there somewhere, but like the synergies that they were able to pick up by picking up the Convoy's tech, you know, they were able to get rid of those 60,000 employees because they've now figured out how to do it with Convoy's tech. So, you know, I think we saw the timing made it seem like, because it was probably something going on, but and I don't say it's not, but I don't, you know, I think
I mean, there's nothing we can
the
do about it
technology,
except for
no,
sit
but
here
I
and
think
talk.
right, but I think the technology synergies allowed them to lay those guys off. It allows
Yeah,
them
and that's what I was saying, man. It's all like both of those entities had huge
footprints.
presences in the technology field, man. It's
Yeah,
I mean, it could be a bad thing, it could be a good thing, but I mean, shit, there's so much out there for everybody. I don't really give a shit. I'll have my relationships just like everybody else.
hell yeah, that's what it's about, man.
Mhm.
Yeah, that's
So
what it's
what's
all
going on in
about.
the predatory side of the world? You cooled down just a little bit from
Oh man, I don't know. I'm still a little hot about it. You know, I think it was just a douchey move, and you know, he only did it because he knew I was right, and he knew that they were going to end up paying out. So he did what he could to screw me over. You know, it's it's bullshit, and you know, the insurance game's a racket. No matter how
oh,
you're looking at it, it's just a
oh yeah,
freaking
dude.
racket. It's
Fucking
crazy.
make a claim, they'll give you a number. We'll talk to you in a few days,
Well, and
aka
yeah,
a few
aka the
weeks.
insurance scam. Yeah, and the thing with this is like the kid's car was like, you know, an older Mitsubishi, so it's got no value. You know, they're gonna have a total loss with that thing because we, you know, he basically took out the fender, the nose, the hood, and you know, went right up over the corner of it. So,
Yeah.
you know, they,
Oh,
they're
that
gonna they're gonna pay out that side, and now instead of being, you know, amicable and working with them, you know, I called the lawyer this afternoon and said no, I'm giving him your number, and we're not flexing. You know, we're going after every dime now.
yeah, that's smart, man. I mean, if you're dealing with insurance, I mean, fuck, what else can you do? Because they're just gonna like, dude. So last fall, I just moved into this apartment, and technically, I'm in the borders of Davidson County, which is Nashville. And for fucking whatever reason, man, it was like 3 weeks living here. Someone busted in my window. Someone stole a car, and I made a claim and all this shit, and nothing ever came of it. And um, ended up figuring it out on my own. So I called them up, and I was like, hey, let's just make sure this claim doesn't go on my record at all. Like, I figured it out. I don't need a tow truck or anything. I literally just went online and had a locksmith come in, recalculate my key, and someone from some glass company come and replace my window. And dude, sure as shit, 2 days later, or my next, like, when I was actually re-upping on my insurance, that's when it went up like $70. And I called them, and I was like, hey, this claim never came through. Like, I didn't take anything from y'all. Y'all didn't do anything for me. I literally just put it in. Why is my fucking rate so high? And they're like, well, it's
You
not
put it
because of
in.
your claim. It's because of you live in it's because of where you live.
No,
What the
it's
fuck?
well, and that's where I was trying to get at today is that the yeah, it's a non-responsible. You know, I'm not responsible for any, any of the damage or any claims, or there's no payout from my
Yeah.
insurance policy. But because they filed the claim, that's gonna ding me, and that it gives them reason
Exactly.
to raise my rate under the guise of, well, that one could have been your fault.
Yeah,
So
and they're never gonna tell you the truth. Like I knew
no,
for a fact, like, okay, yeah, someone broke my window and I fucked up and made a claim on it before. I don't know. I just freaked out. Like literally
yeah,
trying to go out and get some lunch. My car wouldn't start because of my anti-theft system. Like it shuts down, it disconnects from my key, and my fucking alarm was going off, and my neighbors were pissed at me. Made a lot of friends that day, and it's like, come on, like, fuck you. It makes me really want to go and get a PO box in the middle of bumfuck nowhere, or call one of my buddies out in Knoxville, Tennessee, and be like, hey, can I put my car note or like my insurance under your address? Because I know it'd be cheaper, but the insurance fucking sucks. Like I said earlier, I mean, even if that's not the case on my situation, like they literally just say it. Yeah, it's just it's just expensive across the board. Oh, why?
yeah, and one of
Oh,
one of
the
the things that
SAP and all, the stock market closed the highest it is today. The market's great. Well, dude, everybody out here is struggling. You're just fucking making us pay more money. And we're not seeing any
exactly
more of it. The fucking
no,
grocery store is still expensive as shit. Like gas is fucking the most bipolar thing I've ever seen. I saw it back at 220 a gallon here for unleaded in Tennessee, and I was like, all right, right on. Maybe things aren't that bad. Boom, next week $3. Like we're
well,
not seeing any of this, brother.
yeah, yeah, it's not. There's no trickle down economics right now. It's all staying somewhere, and it ain't in my pocket. But
Yeah,
one of the things that people don't understand about insurance is that like if I go through Progressive, Progressive doesn't actually hold the policy. They sell it to what's called a reinsurer,
yeah.
and so they
I
they
got
and
fucked over
then
on that, dude. I got fucked over on that.
yeah, so the reinsurer, and I think it was Lombard had a guy from the insurance industry on, and it was a pretty cool podcast because what he was basically saying is, during the COVID boom, where they weren't going out and physically um, viewing an
And
asset, right?
yeah,
Viewing, and they were just signing policies sight unseen. Well, a lot of overseas there was a lot of fraud coming in from overseas where they were writing a policy for an apartment building in Shanghai that didn't exist. So they wrote the policy, they took whatever, the reinsurer, bought the policy, but then the policy didn't have anything to back it. So then when there was, obviously they claimed something, blah, 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 and it's like a snowball effect. But so the insurers, the reinsurers made the insurers buy a bunch of these policies back. And the insurers aren't really sure the extent of how big it was. So what they did is they raised everybody's rates to try to hedge any of these bad deals that they got into. So it's
predatory insurance.
you're right. It's predatory fucking insurance. You ain't kidding, man. So, there's a lot to understand and unpack with insurance. That, even the difference between, a semi trailer and a car trailer. You would think
Hmm.
they both need cargo insurance. They both need liability, comprehensive, whatever, right? But even though they call yours cargo insurance, they call ours on the hook. It's the same insurance. It's just got a different name.
Yeah,
But
different words.
if you're hauling cars for a broker, they don't know what on the hook is, so then they require cargo. So now you got to go back in and buy a cargo policy on top of your on the hook policy, which is basically the same damn insurance. So it's you got to really know what you're doing when you're negotiating these things. And that's always been my bitch with these spaces and these guys who cry is, if you don't immerse yourself in what's going on around you, you don't
Yeah,
read a newspaper, you don't look at the internet, you don't try to do some legitimate research and know what you're getting into, you're gonna fail. You're
yeah.
not
Or
gonna
just
survive.
or just or just talk to people that might know what the fuck they're talking about and listen. Because that's one
Right.
thing I have noticed with the cats you're talking about is like, okay, I started this space. I'm having this conversation. If you don't agree with my opinions, then I'm going to shut you down. But I'm going to argue with the people around me. But I'm right. You're wrong. I'm going to sit here and wallow. Somebody please agree with me and give me what I want. It's a bunch of
Yeah.
man children, dude. A bunch of babies. It is a bunch
Well,
of babies. It pisses me off.
and it's funny because it's in every industry. It doesn't matter where you are, whether you're
Oh
a
yeah,
manufacturing
dude. Everybody
worker, you're a
cries.
house
Everybody
cleaner,
cries.
you're
That
yeah.
Google's free. The internet's free. Phone calls or just talking to somebody. You can go to a bar and find some old cat there just sitting up. Might know what he's talking about. And you can't take everything for fact, but like shit. Don't just sit there and try to figure it out on your own or do nothing about it and just complain about it. Like that is so
Yeah.
stupid.
And the interpretation, right? Like you just said, like not everything might be fact. Like, my experience with something may be very different than your experience. That may be a very similar item, but they're different experiences. So I would
Right.
listen to what you have to say, you would listen to what I have to say, and then next time maybe we use a combination of both. Maybe I use your
Yeah, I
way,
mean,
maybe you
dude,
use my
I mean,
way, or
it
maybe
just
we,
comes. I mean, school sucks, but it's like you need to learn something every day if you can. Like, even if it does not pertain to any aspects of your life, you never know if it will. Like, it, but you can't just be ignorant and fucking stubborn and hard headed. I'm a hard headed motherfucker. Like, but if someone's talking with purpose and is legitimately saying time and time again, I'm trying to help you, I'm probably gonna listen to them. You know,
exactly. So
and
like,
it's just, dude, take it with a grain of salt, man. Like, fuck, you gotta drop your pride at some point. Friends are great.
yeah, pride
Like,
pride gets you nowhere, right? Pride
yeah, if
gets
you're
you
a good,
nowhere.
if you're a good person, like people will genuinely try to help you. Nobody's out here to get you. Like, nobody's in your fucking room or like nobody's like, oh, I'm gonna ruin this guy's entire life. Fuck no. What
Right.
benefit does that do to anybody? Unless
Exactly.
you're a person that's done that yourself and now you're
Well,
scared someone's going to do it to you,
and
which
that's
is karma.
typically the problem, right? Guys think, oh, that I fucked over this guy, so this guy's gonna fuck me over, right? Like,
Yep.
yeah, it's a pain in the ass, and that's a sad way to live, man. I feel bad for guys that live like that, man. That's a tough place to be, but listening to other people, right? So in the car business, if I told you you could tow a Subaru by the front wheels, would you believe me? No,
Maybe.
and it's an all-wheel drive car, right? How can you how can you possibly tow it by the front wheels and not damage it?
Can't.
That's what I always thought. Well, come to find out, I met a guy who hauls for nothing but for Subaru. And he says, no, all the new stuff, as long as it's automatic, it's computer controlled and it disengages the rear wheels until the computer tells it to actually in synchro the transfer case. So it's at basically in neutral, like the old school shifter on a Chevy. It's in
Yep.
neutral all the time until the computer tells it needs to use that traction tire. So you can pick a new Subaru up from the front end and tow it and not damage it. Now I must have ran, Christ, I must have ran 200, 200 Subarus one at a time because I never knew that. And if I was too stupid to listen to these old timers or this guy from Subaru, I never would have known that. So I wasted thousands of dollars in fuel and time doing them one at a time until I found that out. And it's not because I'm better than him, not because I'm worse than him. I just didn't know what I didn't know.
Yeah. Exactly. And that's the thing, man. Like, that's another thing too. People are so fucking afraid to admit when they were wrong, or when they have fucked up in a certain time.
Yep.
But in all reality, every single one of us has made mistakes, and it's your decision whether you're going to learn from it or if you're going to blame somebody else.
Yep.
And there's a lot of blaming going on out here. I can tell you that much. It's It's ridiculous, dude. I'm 29. I'm about to turn 30, and like, fuck, I hear some of these cats out here that are 20 years older than me. Like,
Let's just say I'm old enough to be your pappy.
sure,
Yeah, yeah,
but I
yeah.
mean, but dude, it's like,
Yeah.
Adam, I feel like this man's trolling. I feel like I lost 100% of learning last night,
Oh
but
yeah, from listening to the space. Yeah,
oh my god, dude, that I
Adam's
have.
actually a good dude. Yeah, I
Yeah,
can't
no,
see him
Adam's
on
cool.
nothing,
Adam's
but
cool, but dude, I'm
yeah.
telling you, so from last Friday, I don't know, did you come in here on last Friday?
I don't know, man. And days of the week don't mean nothing to me.
Yeah, straight up, man. Ever since I got in this X space shit, dude, Ryan has fucked me up on that. It's like crack. He did not lie. But so last Friday we had Boston in here. We had just me on here,
Oh, I
and
definitely
I
wasn't
didn't
in.
know,
Yeah,
huh?
I definitely wasn't
Oh,
in for that.
yeah, no. Matt Dahl invited them in, but I didn't know of them, and I was listening to him, and I was like, all right, sure, whatever. And then, dude, within 7 days. My God, it is.
What you figure out with very little time with those guys, it doesn't take long.
I'm saying, man, like it's insane. It's insane. But like that's going to the point of I don't know who these guys are. Like, that's the thing I love about the X spaces, and I've kind of like I don't know. I swear it does like help me in personal life, just like like speaking to people in general. Like there could be some people out here with very strong opinions and talk from their chest and, like sound like they know what the fuck they're talking about, but you get them in an uncomfortable situation, you can find out a lot about a man or a woman when they're put on the fucking hot plate. Because when someone's asking you legitimate questions or making their own opinion or just trying to have conversation and you fucking kick them out, mute these motherfuckers, kick them out. They don't know what the fuck they're talking about. Dude, you gotta be
It's
kidding me, bro. Like,
yeah. So all of them have me blocked. I can't see any of their stuff, which I'm not upset about.
no, you shouldn't
So
be.
yeah, I'm not upset at all. Like, but the reason that they blocked me was I put out a meme, and it had David Koresh. I don't know if you know who that is, but it had him like speaking in front of his followers. He was one of those like false prophets who made everybody drink the Kool-Aid, and
Really?
then killed them all. Like, yeah, if you Google David Koresh, it's so it was him standing in front of like all of his followers, and I put like Noah and Noah's followers on the thing, and so he got mad at me and blocked me. So like, if I put out a meme that hit that hard that you all had to block me, it's probably more than a meme, and it's probably pretty close to true.
Mm-hmm.
You know, and that's how I looked at it. So and then when these guys get in the spaces, I can only tolerate so much of them. I try to do what I can do and be nice as long as I can be nice, but man, I can only take so much just stupidity.
I mean, how difficult is it to have an intellectual conversation? If you start argument off the rip, I'm not gonna. That is just the sign of low intellectual capacity. Like, you're really trying to make a movement to change America, but every person that has a different opinion than you're gonna come out and just start yelling. Like,
Right. Yeah.
go hide in your corner, buddy.
Yeah, and and that, but at the same time, it's funny. So like, X has been kind of one of those places where you run into that stuff and you just want to leave, but
Yeah.
then you get into one of these spaces like where we got Kitten, who she's going to
Mm-hmm.
driving school, she's trying to
That's
learn.
awesome.
We got a good group of guys that get into spaces, and we give her tips and tricks, and we answer her questions, and uni- you want to union or to unify the industry, then start helping each other, and not
Exactly.
without an agenda. So I don't have an agenda because I drive a goddamn tow truck. What's my agenda for helping her understand the rules of the road, why she doesn't want to come up to the Northeast unless she has to. What do I gain from that? Nothing, right? I don't have anything other than I know that that's another driver that's going to succeed. That's another
Yep.
person in life who's going to come out on top because she's armed with all of the info she needs to help be successful. Um, it's like helping drivers out here. I do what I can. I was talking about this in a space, but like, you know, I've had drivers call me up, hey, my trailer got my driver quit and my trailer got abandoned, or can you help me out? It's up in your neck of the woods. I'll call around till I can find somebody to grab it. I'll waste 2 days trying to get you somebody. You know what I mean? Like, it's not a waste because you needed help and you reached out. And
Mm-hmm.
that's how you're going to move this industry forward. You're going to move it forward by having meaningful engagement with others in your industry and not just saying, if you don't do it my way, you're out.
Yep. Trying to be the expert, and guarantee you nobody is an expert. But yeah,
Yeah.
it's just be a good person. Help out your fellow man or woman, and that's all right. There's nothing wrong with that. But So where are you on your way to? Another $250 million tow?
Yeah. I just had to pick up what the hell is this one? Johnson Controls. One of their, I had to go out to Western New Hampshire and pick up a Johnson Controls van, and I'm heading back for the shop. I'm gonna fuel up here in about 15 minutes. I'm gonna fuel up and call it a night. I've got my new part-time guy started this weekend, so he's gonna run a bunch of cars that I got stacked up here at the office to auction tomorrow, and I'm gonna
Hell
take
yeah.
the weekend with the Munchkins and hang out with the kiddos. Trying to be better at the family. Making time. That's the hardest part when
Yeah.
you own a business is how do you make time.
Yeah.
But you have to find ways, and
So
sometimes you.
are you a one man operation right now?
No, there's three of us, so there's three of
Three of
us,
okay.
but
So
yeah, yep. Yeah, I mean,
there you go.
I'm still 3 to 1. You know what I mean? I'll move
Right.
3 cars but I've been, I'm 50 years old and I hauled my first car at 15. So,
There
I
you
don't
go.
expect other guys to do what I do, but that's how I stay profitable. The more I run, the more I make. So,
Yeah. Well, you're building something, man. How long have you guys been running underneath you?
uh, one more time. Sorry, I missed that
I
one.
said, how long have your guys been driving for you? Your
So
three others.
yeah, my full-time guy, my full-time guy has been running with me for 5 years, and then I just hired this part-time guy. At one point, I had 15 employees and 10 trucks, and I was the third largest provider for AAA in northern New England for about 7 years running. We're actually voted the top 1% of all AAA facilities in Canada, U.S., and Mexico. Um,
Damn.
so we got big and we got crazy, and I was losing time and sanity. The more trying to hire guys coming out of COVID, and every time a guy would call out sick, I had a whole day plan. Now I'm
Yeah.
running 2 runs, and so it's I just got tired of the rat race and chasing bad employees around, and part of that was on me on how I would put anybody in the seat because I just wanted the seat full, and part of that's on the way people look at life now. They have there's no more loyalty or
Yeah.
respect. You got to really find that guy. It's hard, but
Yeah.
the guys I got now are good people, and that's why I kept him on, and for the last 5 years after I let everybody else go a couple years ago, and but yeah. So something crazy. I went and um, this truck, the Mac that I have now, it's got 135. I'm coming up on 18 months with it. 16 months with this one. So 2 years, 200,000. I try to turn over a truck. So I called to get my new one ordered. I found a cabin. I found a cabin chassis that's exactly the same as I got now. So I called the bed manufacturer that does the carrier decks. The price of that truck built is $168,000. This truck that I bought 16 months ago was $141,000. The truck that this one replaced was $98,000. 2019 to 2024, that truck has gone from 98 grand to almost 170 grand. Same truck.
That's highway robbery. Not as bad as
Fucking
you're
crazy.
doing with your highway robbery, but
Well, and you wonder
that's
why I'm
crazy,
sticking
man.
it to him.
Yeah. Shit, dude. That's almost double the price from your first truck, man. That's
Yeah,
fucking
from 2019 to 2024, the price of a flatbed 2-car carrier has almost doubled.
And what's the justification for that?
There isn't. There is none. So, come to find out, they're the manufacturer of the
Oh. Did I lose you there, Dad?
All right, I'm back.
Okay, there you are.
Yeah. So I just pulled into my driveway, so it flipped over to my
Oh, you're
Wi-Fi at
good.
the house or at the shop. So the manufacturers, I mean, it's Miller Industries, who's one of the big manufacturers of the towing bodies. They if you look at what their numbers have done, what their profits and what they've gone up since COVID, their numbers are through the roof because they're building less trucks and selling them for more money.
Yep.
So, their profit margin is skyrocketed. And so that sucks because that just means that they're building less and selling me for more, and
Yeah.
killing me.
I hate it, man.
So,
I mean, it's hitting everybody, like you said. It's not one certain
industry,
facet.
yeah, and
It sucks, man.
it's vicious, and there's no reason for it. There's no reason for it at all. So,
Nope. We're trying to get driven into where everybody's doing the same thing, making the same money, living in the same house, and only if I could get that $3.60 a mile.
yeah.
But
Well, and that's the other part of that too is, if you these guys who want like standardized pricing or whatever the fuck it is, all that's going to do is drive them to a hub and spoke model, right? So
yeah,
okay, you get more money per mile, but they're going to cut you miles. They're gonna figure out how to do it hub and spoke and get you less miles. So I don't know, like that's the other part I don't understand. Why would you lobby for that? So
must be some pretty smart guys.
yeah, there you go. Pretty
Are
something.
you there at the shop?
What's that?
I said you at the shop. Oh, hey Dan, if you
Yeah.
want to come on, man, you can. We can, or we might start a space here in a little bit. But yeah, show off the. Oh,
Yeah.
you're in your truck.
Yeah, I just switched to the. I have to pull the wheel if my pickup truck's still getting the transmission done in it, so I got to take the wrecker out so I can take the wrecker home and put the flatbed away.
Let's see if we can get Dan Richardson live.
Oh, Santa Claus?
Dude, his beard is fierce.
Dude, it's fucking killer, man.
He is wearing a Santa.
And see, like
Professional course.
Dan's another one, right? Dan's an old salt. He's been around this business a long time.
Yeah.
So I'm more likely to listen to a guy who's been around this business a long time than a guy who's been in business for 7 years and trying to blow smoke up my ass, saying he's a seasoned, oh, I know everything there is to know about this industry.
I've been driving for 3 years.
Yeah, you know what I mean? Like,
you got to figure it out, pal.
Yeah. I've been doing this 30 years and I still ain't got it figured out. So the fuck's that tell you? Oh, he's back. What's up?
You summoned Potato Head himself.
Yeah, I'm about to have to switch to my phone because my son heard me stop talking. I turned the volume down, so he's blasting his music in there,
Beats.
playing video games and shit now.
Yeah,
So,
he's got his beats going. I love it.
bro, he does. He has. Dude, we're huge audio people, so like every room in our house has an audio system, like literally, except for the master bedroom. But he's got a badass Samsung surround sound with a 65-inch fucking television, and yeah, he lives the good life.
Hey, I give it to your boy though. He's been on the home team front here lately. You know,
he has been.
he might just be a lounge lizard yet.
He yeah, right. He might fucking be. That's true. What are you doing, Dad? Are you like working? Or are you going to the shop or what?
I just pulled in.
Oh, bro, that's sweet.
Dude, his shop is dope. Like,
fuck
it's big,
yeah, it is, dude.
Yeah. So, yeah, I just rolled in. I'm taking that one out, leaving that one here. Yeah.
What do you do at night? Do you just like cruise around and wait for calls, or do you have like repo contracts or what, bro?
Nah, man, he's got a police scanner and he goes and picks them up.
Oh,
So
sweet. Johnson Controls. That's what's up.
So I do all fleet work. So that's Johnson Controls. I picked that one up. That's got to get delivered tomorrow. That one's got to go to New Jersey. I picked that up for Worth. They fired this employee, so I had to go get the car. Then that's going to end up going to New Jersey. Yeah, I do a lot of fleet work, so I don't.
Yeah, I be saying that. That's pretty cool.
I work nights. I work nights because there's less people on the street, and because if
Yeah.
I don't do it, who the fuck is? But
yeah, right.
So
what are you gonna go do right now? You just gonna like go cruise around or chill or what?
no, I'm heading home, man. I'm done for the weekend. I get to the office. I'm gonna put the guys' runs together for tomorrow, and then I'm out. I'm gonna go home and go see the two kiddos and
That's
hang
what's
out
up,
with them
bro.
because they're on school vacation this week coming up. So today's the first day of school vacation. So
Oh, sweet. Fuck yeah.
you know, got to play the dad a two-part once in a while.
No, I feel you, bro. Hey, it's hard, man, being a business owner, man. You know, trying to be a family man at the same time. It's
Hold on. Hey Dan, I sent you the link, brother. Check your DMs on X.
So you got
Santa
Dan,
Claus.
Dan, you got to open the StreamYard app, and it's way easier if you got an iPhone and you download the StreamYard app than if you do it through the link. Just so you know, I fought with that the first night.
Yeah, hey Hunter, sit DM. Actually, I could just do it myself. What the fuck am I talking about?
What DM Dan? Already DM Dan.
No, me. I'm gonna send myself the link so I can go chill in the garage.
I got you.
So that way my kid can jam out and shit. Because he was respectful, you know, for 2.5 hours and shit, man. And so I'm gonna go chill in the garage so that way he can like jam out on his own and stuff.
You can't send it to yourself if you're logged into your own stuff.
No,
that's fine. I'll DM it I'll DM it to Hunter on LinkedIn, and then I'll just go click on it.
There you go. Technology Rob, back at it.
Well, I mean, she had a good point. She's like, babe, you can't DM it to yourself on Facebook.
Well, you can actually email it to yourself.
Well, I just DM'd it to you, and then I'm just gonna go steal it from our DM.
Dude, one of my customers dropped off donuts today. Fucking love my customers. Hell yeah.
All right, bro. Hey, I'll be back on here in a minute.
All right. Your customers must be gluttons for punishment. Oh my God. The man himself.
The man, the myth, the legend.
The beard.
What's going on, Santa Claus?
Oh, not a whole lot. You're getting cold.
I already knew that.
Okay, I live near Miller, and I know a bunch of people that work down there, from production guys on up into management. They just did 2 expansions. They expanded their building for production, added another line. They expanded their parking for pre-production and post-production vehicles. But they have been doing a shit ton of military contracts.
That's
they're building more now than they ever have.
Right. They're building more military shit, but screw the rest of us.
Oh no, they're churning out production, but they're doing rotators like mad.
I've been trying to get a 16 ton out of them for 18 months.
Yep. I mean, they added a complete another line to their production facility.
What Miller are we talking about here? Miller Welding, Miller Beer?
No, it's called Miller Industries.
Miller Industries.
They make Chevron and Miller, and there's like 3 or 4 different brands in there, but but it's wrecker bodies and tow trucks stuff.
And they're shipping bodies out every day. They're shipping wreckers out every day. 5 axles, dual steers, just all kinds of stuff. I mean, it's right off I-75 at exit 11.
Yeah.
In Ottawa, Tennessee.
Yeah. Yeah, I was actually trying I was working with Mac trying to get the first electric 16 ton built on a Mac electric chassis. But I mean, it doesn't make a lot of sense because they don't have the mileage. They go about 200 miles on a charge. So if I had to go buy one full price, it doesn't make any sense. But if I could work a deal with Miller and Mac to be the prototype and figure it out, and if I only use it, and if I only use it, a dozen times, short hauls, then I'm not getting hurt if I'm not throwing a lot of cash at it. Mac was on board, but I couldn't get Miller to jump on it. But
yeah, I know a couple of the guys that are higher up. I won't guarantee anything. I mean, but I can talk to one of them over a beer.
Dan, are you from Tennessee?
Yeah.
Right on. Do you live down that way?
Do what?
Do you live down towards Ottawa?
Yeah, I live just north of there off exit 20.
I got you. I'm up here in Mount Juliet, Wilson County.
Well, okay. Yeah, we used to be the meth capital of Tennessee at one time.
You gotta love that.
Oh yeah. Considering they were running around making meth in cars, pulling into abandoned properties and stuff, and then setting everything on fire.
Well, Chattanooga had to do something with all that chaos down there and push everybody out. No wonder it smelled so bad.
I stay the hell out of Chattanooga. That wasn't Chattanooga. That was Cleveland, Tennessee, Bradley County.
Oh, that's man. I'm talking about back when Chattanooga had that damn paper plant right there off of 24 or not. Was that 24?
Yeah, it's 24.
Yeah, that shit would stink to high heavens, man. I hated that. Get stuck in that traffic right there. But
oh no, you're talking about exit 33 up there in Charleston. That paper plant just recently closed, but they were turning the river green, and you could smell it for 20 damn miles. That was exit 33 off of 75.
Yeah, it might be the one. I don't know. It stunk out there.
Oh yeah.
But I like out that way though. I go down. Well, shit. I guess it ain't that close to where you're at. I go down to Sparta and go caving every now and then.
Yeah, Sparta's west of us, west and north.
Okay.
That's out off of 40. The easiest way to get there, exit 111. And it's actually Highway 111. Don't ask me why I know. It's just
So what you do now, Dan? You still driving truck?
Well, yeah. I'm in. Where in the hell am I? Some Homerville, Georgia, right now. Just picked up a load of empty VP racing fuel cans because that's been my last 3 loads. These are empty drums, loaded drums, loaded cans, and empty cans now.
From the Lee Container Corporation?
No, this one's from Mauser.
Mauser. That's right up the road from there.
Yeah, the empty drums come out of General Steel Drum over in Charlotte. But I hauled their incognito drums, the black drums that don't get the big VP stickers on the sides.
Hey Hunter, I'm going through my email. Ryan Peterson, founder and CEO of Flexport, to keynote Future of Supply Chain in Atlanta, June 4th and 5th with FreightWaves.
Really?
Ryan Peterson, founder and CEO, will serve as the keynote speaker at the Future of Supply Chain, which will be held on the 4th and 5th at the Georgia International Convention Center in Atlanta prior to blah, blah, blah. Don't miss him along the lineup of speakers at the hottest supply chain event of the year.
Yeah, so Indy went on doing her show today with the truck, and so did Evan from Truck Parking Club, and that was one of Dooner's things. He's like, yeah, we got my buddy Ryan Peterson coming on next week. So that's I ain't gonna speak on it until anything boils out from it. But are you going to that event there, Dad?
No, probably not.
Probably not. I don't know. There's the other one at the end of the year, right? The F3 or whatever it is. That's at the. That's
is that not the same one? Oh, is that the? So the FreightWaves one is the. What do they call that shit?
So there's the Future of Supply Chain, and then there's F3. I forget how it works, but like, I don't know. I think that's a different one than. I thought it was the because isn't that one's in Atlanta, but isn't the other one in back down at their headquarters or something down in Tennessee? Yeah,
I don't know.
I'll have to look because I'm supposed to get free tickets to something.
Are you for F3?
Yeah, I did a thing on Matt Molson, a meme on Matt Molson, and he's like, I didn't know I was gonna do this, but here's a golden ticket, bro. You're in. So he gave me a golden ticket.
Who sent that to you?
Oh, why can't I? Yeah, you put me on the spot. The
head guy
owner,
from Freightwaves.
Yeah, the head from Freightwaves. Yeah. Yep.
Hey,
I haven't looked into getting. We could probably get some media passes for F3. I know they're doing that meme competition, which is slowly dying day by day. But
if you're coming to Chattanooga, I'll make a point to be home and come down there just to meet you.
Hell yeah.
Yeah, bro. Shit, man. I'm only 2 hours from Chat. Hour 30 if I'm driving right.
Well, I'm 25 minutes depending on traffic. 25 minutes to an hour. But that, like I said, depends on traffic. But I know my way around. I just stay the hell out of
there. Yeah. I could probably find some back roads out there.
Oh, yeah.
It ain't so bad. I hit that Dade County line, and I'm just a little lost. But I got some buddies that live down in Chattanooga. It's not so bad anymore, but it ain't so great.
They still shoot a lot of each other down there.
You said they what?
They're still shooting at each other down there a lot.
Well, I spent a lot of my time growing up near Atlanta, Georgia, so I know a good bit about that.
Seems like Chattanooga's got as many as Atlanta does.
It's got as many what?
It's got as many killings as Atlanta does, I think.
Oh, yeah. Rob, you in the house, man? You just over there viewing the garage?
I'm just chilling, bro. I got my fucking my redneck selfie stick over here.
Oh, you gotta show them that, man. I feel like Dad and Dan would really appreciate it. I don't know.
Oh, I think Dad and Dan would appreciate that. So, my redneck selfie stick is a C clamp. So I just take a C clamp and put my phone in it. That's the redneck selfie stick, baby.
Dude, you got to bring that to Matt's.
I should.
You got to bring that
up. Oh,
if you got an extra one, bring one for me because I was thinking about that. Like, I don't want to buy a whole selfie stick ordeal, but I think it'd be
No,
hilarious.
dude. Hey, I'm gonna send you the Amazon link. I even got with text today on it. I was looking at those gimbals and shit, and dude, I found a great one. It's actually on sale right now on Amazon, but I sent it over to text and was like, "Hey, bro, like, what do you think about this?" And he's like, "Only one I could speak on is the one I use." He said, "But that one looks like it does everything that mine does and has everything you would need." Dude, it's on sale right now. It's normally $109. It's on sale for 70 fucking bucks. Like, when I get off here, I'm literally gonna go buy it. And it's one of those things you put your phone in it. It's like what Indy has, and it's like a gyroscope. But the one I have, the one I'm getting, it has like controls on the stick. And dude, you can flip the fucking phone. You can zoom in and out. Like, it's freaking
Really?
cool as shit.
So how do I
Yeah, we
use
need to
this
get
thing?
that.
Well, what's that?
How do I use this thing?
Oh, you just clamp your phone to it, bro.
No,
Like
I'm
clamp
just
it around your
fucking with you.
phone.
I don't
Oh.
need to clamp it on my phone. I can hold the damn thing.
No, but yeah, you can, but you know, when it's in your hand, you can only hold it so far. See, look, I you know what I mean? Like,
Yeah,
we,
you
we
get
can
the
just move it
views.
in. Yeah.
You need to paint that thing gold and bejewel it before you.
You want to go and I'll
Put some
entertain you.
rhinestones on that
Oh,
thing.
okay. Hey, the fun is about to be over. Cat is about to entertain y'all. So the fun's about to be
All right,
over.
I'm gonna go to the bathroom while we're doing that.
That is so rude.
I'm
only
hey
here
guys,
for a
I'll be back.
second.
I'm going to take a cat. I'm going to take a cat real quick.
Go to the car.
I'm just joking.
Is my car running?
No, I just turned it off. Don't listen to him. He's mean to me. I'm only here so he can run out to his car real quick.
Oh, okay. You just holding the spot.
Yeah, I'm just here. It's almost my bedtime anyways.
Yeah, mine too.
Some of us have to work in the morning.
Me too.
Yeah, what you up to? What you doing out there?
I was putting off an odor bomb in his car. I shampooed the entire interior today. So
Yeah, I heard about that. You've been in there smoking cigs all day.
no, absolutely not.
I'm kidding. I'm joking.
I was shampooing it.
Let me give you my wife's phone number so you can tell her what she's supposed to do, because she don't do.
Dude, I will say when it comes to my old lady, I am so lucky, dude. If I wanted to drop a transmission in my driveway tomorrow, my wife would climb under there and get greasy and fucking help me. So I'm lucky. When it comes to car shit, like my wife she doesn't know all the stuff, but if you tell her what to do and give her a tool and put it in her hand, she'll fucking do it.
Mine? No. Mine doesn't know stuff. She'll just stand there beside me, tell me I'm doing it wrong, then go back in the house.
Dude, she has no choice. She is the only female in a house full of males, and we're all fucking car fanatics and carpentry fanatics. So she has no choice but to know how to use saws and wrenches and fucking and all that stuff.
Mine just chooses not to participate.
I mean, I don't.
She said she understands, Dan. She doesn't choose to participate.
Mine's real good about going, well, we need to do this. And I'm going, well, what is it you want me to do while you're sitting here watching TV?
Mine says the same thing, but she sits there over my shoulder the whole time and critiques me about it, you know. And it's like, I see it like this, like, why the fuck did you ask me to do it if you knew how to do it? Like, why don't you just come do it?
Yeah. I had my mom got mad at my dad right after he'd retired. She told him, she said, you need to get your ass out of the house and find something to do, because I don't need anybody standing over my shoulder telling me to stir the damn eggs. You're going to stir the damn Hey, get your ass out of the damn house, or I'm taking all your shit.
That's fucking funny, dude.
I agree. Stay out of my kitchen.
My wife said she agrees. Stay the fuck out of my kitchen. Oh man, fucking A. Where you at, Dan? I wasn't here the whole time you were on. Where you at? You on the road or you at the house?
I'm in Homerville, Georgia right now.
Oh, okay.
I'll be at the house tomorrow, the first time since December 26th.
Holy shit, really?
Yeah.
Damn, dude.
No, there's guys that stay out longer than that.
Oh,
Yeah.
I know. I
I was
One
talking to
of my
Indy yesterday, man. He said he works with some cats. They making good money, but they only have 3 weeks off the entire year.
dude. Hey, one
Or
of
they
my
choose to.
mentors, Scott Robertson, he would stay out like 3 months at a time. But dude, he was single. He had nothing to go home to except for like all of his, fucking automotive toys and shit. But that's what he did. He would stay out, man, 3, 4, 5 months at a fucking time, and then go home for like 2 or 3 weeks and just like chill out, man.
That's why I keep talking about maybe being a driver someday, Rob. Fuck, I ain't got nothing else going on. I can go out there and get a little learning underneath my belt.
Dude, if you are a single guy or girl and you want a decent career, I'm telling you, being a truck driver is great for single people. It is, because if you do it right, you can stack and make a lot of fucking money and see a lot of things and get a ton of experience. And dude, hey, I've told so many of my single friends, like, you need to just go get your fucking CDL. Dude, you can live out of your truck for 2 or 3 months at a time. Just find a friend that you can rent a room from, or when you go home, just rent an Airbnb for a week or two and just chill out, man. I'm telling you, dude.
I would just go and stay with my family or some friends.
Yeah, dude. Shit, hey, I used to do it, bro. When I was out on the road, man, and I would go and meet up with people and take my 34-hour resets at friends' houses and shit. Take a 34-hour reset in Vegas, like, man, that was even as a married guy with kids, man. Like, I had a fucking blast as a driver, dude. Like, I had a ball, bro.
Oh, we just got kicked off LinkedIn.
4-hour mark.
I'm gonna do a 34 this weekend at the house.
Hey, fuck yeah, man.
You got the moonshine. You got some of that white lightning down there, Dan.
I can't really tell you.
Hypothetically.
Allegedly.
Okay.
Yes.
Yeah, dude. We'll hang out for sure when I come down that way.
I am going to drink a lot of beer and smoke some stuff while I'm home. Left-handed stuff on the smoker.
Yeah.
You know what?
I love it. I love it.
Hard about
Get on that illegal smile.
No, I ain't doing that. I got to be able to pass that damn drug test.
Oh shit!
Do you know the hardest part about smoking a damn turkey? Once you get it lit, you're golden. But it's just getting that son of a bitch lit.
I want to get me a smoker, man. I know that Spud, and
oh yeah,
Spud he'd be having that smoker going all the fucking time, dude. And I want to get me a smoker. I just ain't pulled the trigger yet, but man, like, dude, I tried smoking on my propane grill, like watched all these videos and stuff about how to do it, and man, like it's I don't know, it just doesn't do the same, man. But I want to get me a smoker so I can smoke some turkey legs and some fucking briskets and some pork butt and man,
chicken wings, bacon wrap.
I got a buddy that's got a smoker, and like during football season, he'll go and get a couple butts, a bunch of wings, some ribs, and he's like, "Come on over, boys. You ain't got to worry about a thing. Just bring some sides and beer." And I'm like, "I'm there. I love that shit, man."
Yeah, when I'm home, the smoker's going.
That's fucking what's up, dude.
It's a lifestyle, man, and it's an art. It is an art. Since my buddy's gotten that thing, the first couple rounds it might have been a little dry, a little flavorless, dude. He brought over a pork butt the other day, and dude, it through and through, from the crust to the insides, it was full of flavor, juicy. Man,
there's a bunch of damn pictures of stuff that I've smoked on my damn profile. You're just gonna have to look down there through them. And, I shared some with Jason. I shared some with Spud.
Yeah.
But it's that's a thing going 5-6 days a week.
I'm gonna go follow you, Dan. I don't think I follow you. Hey, question. Does anyone know Rich's handle on Facebook? Is it Richie Respect? Is that Rich?
No, it's NJ Pier, like New Jersey Pier.
Oh, okay. I mean, because the picture is like really similar to like his. It's a Spanish
No,
flag.
I looked it up because I was trying to message him to get on the show, but I found him. Oh, I think you're frozen, Rob. Well, hey Dan, you want to go over to Let's Go X space right here? I see Miss Tracy's in there. It's probably getting a little wild. I ain't no goat a nil.
I would, but I've got to go to bed. I've got to be on the road at 4.
Oh, you're parked right now. I thought you was driving.
Shit, no, I'm parked right now. I'm having to do a damn 10, or finish out my 10, so I can go to the house.
Bro, Dan, you are my kind of driver, dude. Hey, I don't know if you only have to be on the road because you have to meet an appointment, but dude, when I was a driver, I was up every day at like 4:30, so I could be on the road by like 4:30 or 5 a.m. and get that cruise time without all the fucking morons on the road.
Without all the cell phone zombies and shit, yeah.
Yeah. Exactly. Hey, Hunter, you gonna hop on over to X?
I am. Let's shut her down, buddy.
Cool. Hey, Dan, we appreciate you joining us, bro. Anytime you see us live, man, you want to hop on, you ain't gotta ask. Just say, hey, send me a link. I want to shoot the shit with you guys, and dude, you're more than welcome in the lounge anytime you want, brother.
The worst podcast in logistics. But yeah, Dan, I just shot you a follow on X. On the Freight Hound. My last name's Woodfin, so you'll see Woodfin with a lizard next to it. But yeah, man, I'll get your number and whatnot, and I'll come down there sometime, get some of the good life in rural Tennessee.
Yeah. Go Vols.
Go
Vols, man. That's what I'm talking about.
Hey, Dan, hey brother, you have a fantastic night. I hope you enjoy your home time. And as Evan Shelley says with Truck Parking Club, keep it between the mayo and the mustard.
All right, y'all be careful. We'll talk to you.
All right, Dan. Thanks, brother.
All right, bye.
All right, Hunter. Hey, you're gonna have to do the video after I do the outro because I'm holding my thing and I can't like fucking click everything or whatever. So
that's fine. Well, you know what? Today was a great day in the lounge.
It fucking was, bro.
And just like every Freestyle Friday, it's a sure thing. Just like it's a sure thing with Sureline.
I love it. Bro, that was so fucking slick. I was literally about to say, don't forget we got to do a sponsor break.
I was prepared, bro. I didn't know if you were coming back, and Dad was the trooper, and then Dan came on. I was prepared.
Bro, so hey, let me tell you this, dude. So I had bro. I love like the Logistics Lounge so much. Like not only because like obviously you and I are the Logistics Lounge, but dude, I went to Advanced Auto to pick up my filters and shit for my car. And when I walked in, like the guy was sitting down on his phone, and I said, get off that damn OnlyFans app. And he put his phone down. We just came up and started bullshitting. I was wearing my hat, and he's like, dude, what does that say? It's Only Freight. And I was like, yeah, you like that shit? He was like, yeah, dude, that's cool. Where's that from? And I told him the whole story, whatever, and was telling him that we do a podcast. And he was like, really? I said, yeah, bro, my homie's live right now. Bro, he pulled up the lounge live in Advanced Auto and was watching that shit and subscribed to us. Here's the other cool thing. He's a videographer. Dude, he literally helps people film their fucking podcast. Bro, he showed me pictures. He has a $7,000 fucking camera, Hunter. Yeah. So him and I exchanged numbers and shit. And I was like, bro, like, hey, we got some homies and stuff that are helping us out with this type of things. But dude, it'd be great to, have someone really close. I got Tex, but Tex is like an hour and a half away. And but dude, yeah. So him and I exchanged numbers and shit, bro. We're gonna like try to hook up, and he's like, dude, he's like, I'll help you, like, any way I can and shit, man. Give you guys some advice on like, equipment or whatever.
Fuck yeah, dude. Another day in the lounge, another
I know,
connection made.
bro. It was so funny.
The worst podcast in logistics right here live.
It was so crazy to be watching the fucking lounge from like someone else's view and shit. Dude, it was so fucking cool, bro. It was so cool.
Damn, I think, is my computer fucking up? I think it is. I don't know if every Space and X shut down. No, they're still live. But yeah, man, it was a good time. I'm loving making all these new friends. I'm loving that people hate us as much as I hate this. And, next week's another week closer to going to Matt's. And we're going to get jumped in the middle of the floor. We're probably going to get banned from every community. It's going to be great.
Dude, and for real. And now that I got my new car and shit, bro, and I get to drive up there versus fucking flying on a plane and with all those fucking people. Oh God. So dude, I can't wait to come up there and dude, we're gonna have so much fun at Matt's, Hunter. Like, dude, we are gonna have so much freaking fun, dude.
Yeah, we'll be in person live. But yeah, let's shut this party down. You got any exiting comments there, Mr. Potato?
I don't, good sir. Well, I don't, other than thank all of you for joining us on another episode of the Logistics Lounge. We appreciate all you lounge lizards for being a part of this horrible podcast that Hunter and I have going. Hashtag boycott the Logistics Lounge. Hunter,
hashtag
you
boycott Sage.
Hashtag boycott Sage. That's fucking right.
I don't even know who's watching this right now. But if anybody is watching this 3 years from now, thanks for watching. Rob, do you want to give me the extra, the outro?
Fuck yeah, baby! The outro every time, as I like to say, chunk the deuces, Mr. Hound. Roll that beautiful bean footage.